Josh Billings on Ice, and Other Things. By Josh Billings. 2. Some Natural History. There is no tuition so cheap and so handy as natural history. It prevails everywhere. The cockroach and the behemoth are built out of it, the lizard and the elephant are full of it, it is the monkey's right bower, and the kangaroo's best jump. The grass, the dandelion and the spinach are its children, it is the language of creeping things, the majesta of the mountain, the soul of the talking brook, and the inspiration of the lambkin's tale. Natural history is dog cheap. To open our eyes, and think while we are looking is the capital necessary for the naturalizing business. Who wouldn't be a naturalizer, when nature makes such cheap sacrifices upon her altars, and holds the incense under our very noses? This is what ails me this morning, to study the light-hearted grasshopper, the relentless bedbugger, and the elastic flea. The Bible says, the grasshopper is a burden, and I never knew the Bible to say anything that weren't so. When the grasshop begins to live they are very small, but in a little while there gets to be plenty of them. They only live 1 year at once, and then go back, and begin again. Their best gait is a hop, and with the wind on their quarters they can make some good time. They are a sure crop to raise, but some years they raise more than others. I have seen some fields so full of them that you couldn't stick another grasshopper in, unless you sharpened him off to a pint. When they get so very plenty, they are very apt to want to start, and then they become a traveling famine, and leave the road they take barren the inside of a country church during a weekday. Grasshoppers don't seem to be actually necessary for our happiness, but they may be. We don't even know what we want most. I don't want grasshoppers to give entirely out, not if they are a blessing, but I have thought to myself, if they would let the grass and cornstalks be, and pitch onto the burdocks and Canada thistles, I would bet a few dollars on the thistles, just to encourage the fight, and wouldn't care a cuss if they both got finally licked. But me best judgment would be to bet on the grashoppers. I never see anybody yet but what despise bed bugs. They are the meanest of crawling, creeping, hopping, or biting things. They doss and tackle a man by daylight, but sneak in, after dark, and chaw him while he is fast asleep. A mosquito will fight you in broad daylight, at short range, and give you a chance to knock in his sides. The flea is a game bug, and will make a dash at you even in Broadway. But the bed bug is a garroter, who waits till you strip, and then picks out a mellow place to eat you. If I was ever in the habit of swearing, I wouldn't hesitate to damn a bed bug right to his face. Bed bugs are uncommon smart in a small way. One pair of them will stock a hair mattress in 2 weeks, with bugs enough to last a small family a whole year. It don't do any good to pray when bed bugs are in season. The only way to get rid of them is to boil up the whole bed in aqua fortis, and then heave it away and buy a new one. Bed bugs, when they have grown they intend to, are about the size of a blue jay's eye, and have a brown complexion, and when they start out to garrote are thin a grease spot, but when they get through garroting they are swelled up like a blister. It takes them 3 days to get the swelling out of them. If bed bugs have any destiny to fill, it must be their stomachs, but it seems to me that they must have been made by accident, just as slivers are, to stick into somebody. If they was got up for some wise purpose, they must have took the wrong road, for there can't be any wisdom in chawing a man all night long, and raising a family, besides, to follow the same trade. If there is some wisdom in this, I hope the bed bugs will chaw them folks who can see it, and leave me be, because I am one of the heretics. The smallest animal of the brute creation, and the most pesky, is the flea. They are about the bigness of an onion seed, and shine like a brand new shot. They spring from low places, and can spring further and faster than any of the bug brutes. They bite worse than the mosquitoes, for they bite on a run. One flea will go over a man's suburbs in 2 minutes, and leave him freckled the measles. It is impossible to do anything well with a flea on you, except swear, and fleas ain't afraid of that. The only way is to quit business of kinds and hunt for the flea, and when you have found him, he ain't there. The eyes is one of the flea mysteries, the faculty they have of being entirely lost just as soon as you have found them. I don't suppose there is ever killed, on an average, during any 1 year, more than 16 fleas, in the whole of the United States of America, unless there is a casualty of some kind. Once in a while there is a dog gets drowned sudden, and then there may be a few fleas lost. They are about as hard to kill as a flaxseed is, and if you don't mash them up as fine as ground pepper they will start business again, on a smaller capital, just as pestiferous as ever. There is lots of people who have never seen a flea, and it takes a pretty smart man to see one anyhow. They don't stay long in a place. If you ever catch a flea, kill him before you do anything else, for if you put it off 2 minutes, it may be too late. Many a flea has passed away forever in less than 2 minutes. 3. Live Yankees. Live Yankees are chock full of character and sissing hot with enterprise and curiosity. In build we find them as lean as a hunter's dog, with a parched countenance, ready for a grin, or for a sorrow, elastic step, thoughtful, but not abstracted, hunt, because cunning, ever watchful, slow to anger, avoiding a fight, but resolute at bay. In dress always slick, but not stuck up, their harness always betrays them wherever they go. The oil of their language is their desire to please, and their greasy words foreshadow a profit. They are natural mechanics, that his try of man's necessities is the his try of their inventions. The live Yankee has no hum. His love of invention breeds a love of change, and wherever a human trail shows itself we find him panting on the track. He never gets sick at the stomach in a foreign land, or grows sentimental. The beauty of a river to him is its capacity for a steamboat, its sloping banks checkering to build in lots, and its poetry waters might do the drudgery of a cotton mill. He looks at a marble pyramid, guesses at its height, calculates the stone by the perch, and sells the magnificent relic in Boston at a profit. He climbs the Alpine heights, crossed by conquering heroes, and is struck with the propriety of tunneling it. He sits, cross-legged, beneath the sheltering vine and listens to the uneasy sea, sees the warm promise of the grape, and forget in the holy memories of the land of song, grinds the smiling vintage into wine and makes a happy bargain. You can meet him in Constantinople, making up in grimace what he lacks in language, spreading a plaster with his tongue, for the man of Muhammad. Go where you will, from the numb palsied north to the sweating limberness of the south, from the top of the earth's morning to 11:30 at night, and the everlasting Yankee you will find, either vehement in an argue, or persuasive in a swap. His religion is practical. He mourns over the heathen, and is ready to save them by the job. He loves liberty with a red pepper enthusiasm, and fully believes New England can whip the universe. If the phlegmatic Englishman brags about roast beef and his ancestors, Jonathan has a pumpkin pie and a grandpop to match them. If the Frenchman grows crazy over a fricassee of frog's hind legs, Jonathan pulls out a donut and a Rhode Island greening. If the dusky Italian talks about the mad vomits of Vesuvius, Jonathan turns in the water power of Niagara. In argument always earnest, and in reasoning always specious, this progressive phenomena tramps the world with the skeleton of a patent right in his carpet bag, and in his ever open hand and face a pleasant "How air yer?" If you would save your pride from being sandpapered, risk it not in a dicker with Jonathan. His razor is the true Damascus, strapped on the wand of Midas for a golden harvest. His sanctity is often shrewdness, and his sweet savor is often the reflected halo of the common shillin'. Constitutionally and by education honest, he is always ready to cry for the deeds done in the body. His hospitalities and charities are ceremonial duties, and if his religion is sometimes only the severities of a Sabbath, it is because his bias is the thirst-dating impulse of a creatine genius chained to the more sordid pahan for lucre. 4. Linchpins. I want to bet $3 that no man ever matched himself agin the devil, but what he got beat. And I want to bet $1.75 more that there is no villain on earth so greatly mean as he who recommends a vice that he has too much prudence to indulge in himself. I have held that if a man is virtuous, he can't be ignorant, and I still hold it. Aim high if you strike low. The man who undertakes to jump 375 feet ahead will certainly make a good try. I never knew a man who was always anxious to repent of his sins before he had committed them, who didn't want the sharpest kind of watching. Don't put off till tomorrow what can be did today. It is better even to do a foolish thing at once, if you have positively made up your mind to do it. I never bet any stamps on the man who is always telling what he would have did if he had been there. I have noticed that this kind never get there. Faith don't appear to me to be anything more than tip-top good sense. All the faith there is in this world now won't keep a man from falling to the bottom of a well if he lets go of the curb to spit on his hands. When I get to not having any good luck, it does seem to me that I can have more of it than any man I ever knew, and not half try. I suppose it seems just so to you, my friend, don't it? I can't think of any talent now that is so apt to descend from father to son, untarnished, as the gift of exaggeration. There ain't anything new under the sun. The old feller in Connecticut, who carried the same old jackknife for 43 years, and wore out 9 new handles, and 12 sets of blades, says so. There ain't, after all, but one right way to do things. I have seen cows that you could milk on both sides, but they want more than half broke. A man may have a perfect right to be born single, but I doubt whether he has a right to continue so. I take it that the excellence of human nature consists in lifting the greatest amount of sorrow with the least amount of grin. Them who make the most blow have the least fragrance. It is just so with the holler hawk. The best education a man receives in this life, he gets just before he dies, and it mostly consists in forgetting what he has learned before. The world looks with cold respect upon an act of justice, but heave up their hats at a display of mercy. Yet the one is the strength of virtue, while the other is most often its greatest weakness. A mind that has more imagination than sense is like a goose, fuss rate to fly downhill. I don't think the world has any civilization to spare, but I think she has more than she can manage well. Potry, to be excellent, wants to be like nature, but about 4 times as big. The goose talk. The goose is a grass animal, but don't chaw her cud. They are good livers. About 1 acre to a goose is enough, although there is some folks who thinks 1 goose to 175 acres is nearer right. These two calculations are so far apart, it is difficult to tell now which will finally win. But I don't think, if I had a farm of 175 acres, all paid for, that I would sell it for half what it was worth, just because it didn't have but 1 goose on it. Geese stay well, some of our best biographers say, 70 years, and grow tough to the last. They lay 1 egg at once, about the size of a goose egg, in which the gosling lies hid. The gosling is the goose's babe. The goose don't suckle his young, but turns him out to pasture on somebody's vacant lot. They seem to lack wisdom, but are considered generally sound on the goose. They are good eating, but not good chawing. The reason of this remains a profound secret to this day. When the female goose is at work hatching, she is a hard bird to please. She riles clear up from the bottom in a minute, and will fight a yoke of oxen, if they show her the least bit of sass. The geese is excellent for feathers, which she sheds every year by the handful. They are also amphibicous, besides several other kinds of cuss. But they are mostly curious about one thing: they can haul 1 leg up into their body, and stand on t'other, all day, and not touch anything with their hands. I take notice there ain't but darn few men can do this. 6. Josh Billings. His shade tree. Some few years ago, when I want so old nor near so handsome as I am now, I was a feller citizen in one of the southern towns, which during the past 25 years have fairly sprung up, as it were, by necromancy, in the western country. At that time I was very rich and owned a house and lot. At one corner, on me lot, stood, or rather leaned, a tree, as awkward as a Shanghai rose tor. It bent at least 3 different ways, and its limbs were Arizona sprawling as though it had been born in a northwest storm. I had some pride in them days, and longed to put that shade tree out of misery. The tree was a nondescribe, but seemed to be a mingling of the silver poplar, which has such uneasy leaves, and a species of soft maple. I would have cut it down if me heart had been sharp enough, but although I have lived on the edge of the wilderness for more than half of me life, I never yet saw a tree fall before the choppers, but a shudder crept out over me, it seemed so much like a wanton cruelty. But I had manned me guns for one thing, and that was, the tree had got to be trimmed. I had 4 neighbors near at hand. 2 lived upon the same side over the street that I did, and the other 2 didn't. They were Neapolis, and when I wanted any soothsaying done, I went to them. I will say one thing for these neighbors, they was always willing to give advice. Accordingly I asked each one of them, as the opportunity offered, how the tree should be clipped. The first one suggested to leave the lower branches intact, and take off the head of the tree, and then it would soon form a cone, compact and graceful, like an umbrella on duty. This plan pleased me, because it had been me plan. The next one picked out certain limbs, that positively must come off. The third one had his nose hun, which he knew was right, and the fourth one never saw a tree of that kind trimmed but one way, which he suggested in such an unmistakable manner, that I felt like a paw-hunt in the hands of a root doctor, willing to take anything. After fully elaborating each one of the 4 diagnoses of the case, I went to work like a humble Christian to carry the whole of them out. I had no trouble in doing this. But the tree, the Lord watch over me poor shade tree, was nothing but a gaunt stick about 10 feet high, too crooked to fall, not a limb nor a leaf on it, and too frightful even for a hitching post. First moral, advice is good only as corroborating testimony. Second moral, if you put yourself into the hands of your friends, you must expect that the kindness of their hearts is no protection against the willfulness of their judgments. Third moral, advice is like a doctor's pills, it is often advisable to receive them without taking them. Fourth moral, one man can always milk a cow better than 4 can. 7. Josh corresponds freely with 3 fellows. Short fellow. Your views are correct. There is no telling what hosses will trot by looking at them. Lady Thorne and Dexter are no more built alike than the Black Crook and Flying Scud. Neither do I think that pedigree ever makes a hoss fast any more than it makes a man smart. Hambletonian and some of the kings of England have both sired lunkheads. If a hoss is made right, he can proceed fast, I don't care who made him. Flying Dutchman lived and died, and left a 2-mile heat on the books that hain't been duplicated yet, and about AUL that is known of him is that he was got in a brickyard in Pennsylvania. Tom Thumb went the fuss 100 miles in 10 hours that was ever did, and he had no more pedigree than a prairie dorg, or a digger engine. Who ever heard of Florrie Temple having any pedigree? If she ever gets one, it will be like many of the epitaphs we read in the graveyards, courteous libels. I have seen French ponies go on the ice faster than you could telegraph, built like a pumpkin seed, and with a pedigree just about as pure as a dock rat's. Still, if you or I should talk these things among the literati of the hoss stable, we should probably get our front teeth knocked out. If I was going to buy a trotting hoss, I would ask about his pedigree any more than I would ask who made a mint julep. If the hoss didn't suit me, I am dreadful certain the pedigree wouldn't. Old Eclipse never was beaten in his day, and his full brother wasn't fast enough for a modern hearse hoss. Big fellow. Trout fishing is a good deal like painting pictures. You have got to be born how, you can't learn how. It don't require the genius of a statesman to know how to catch a trout, but the 2 best trout fishers I ever knew was Daniel Webster and Old Ishmael. Both were natives of New England, one of them everybody is proud to remember, and the other was a simple old nigger, but I think the old dark was the best fisher of the 2. He would walk up to a hole in the brook, where a big trout lay azy careless and yet azy still azy a hen turkey, and stand there till the fish mistook him for the stub of a tree, then would drop his worm, or his grasshopper, or, if the season was right, would dance his fly above the trout's head so little that the fish would bite merely from the force of habit, whether he was hungry or not. This old African always started out for trout just as a dorg does for mischief, the other way from where he was going, and never come back without a trophy. The best kind of a trout pole for brook fishing grows alongside of the brook. They are black alder, and have the same kind of a taper that a rat terrier's tail does. 12 foot is long enough for the pole, and the brook that don't raise them somewhere on its banks is not a good trout stream. But there ain't room enough in a letter for me to talk trout. Go with me sometime next May among the mountains, and I will show you how to win these little spotted morsels from their wet and noisy homes. But though I like company generally, to be honest about it, trout fishing is a good deal like sparking. One feller at a time is enough. Little fellow, you tell me in your letter that music is your ecstatic bliss, that your soul is sought to music, and feeds on its gorgeous viands. I am glad to hear you say so, for now I know you won't never do any big mischief in this world. Anybody who loves music much you say you do, don't want any other kind of oats. I am unfortunate in this direction. I don't know one note from another, unless it is a banknote, and I never had any ear for music since I was a boy. Once in a while, in them days, the schoolmarm, in lifting me up off from the bench by the ears to see how heavy I was, would start the music out of me. I never tended but one gorgeous opera in my life, and it won't never be convenient for me to tend another. A foreign woman sung some of the gorgeous viands, you speak of. She was very fat herself, and one very thoroughly dressed about the neck and neighborhood. She threw her head back like a sled runner, and yelled though she had a rat on her. I expected every minute to see her arrested for breaking the peace. I suppose if I had the right kind of taste for gorgeous victuals, this kind of music would eat me good. I heard a milkmaid once sing, in a cowyard, as she sat by the side of a heifer just as the sun was setting. It was a love story song. Perhaps there was no gorge in it, but there was something in it that made me feel sorry over. This is I know about music. I could listen day to that kind of soft sadness she sung about, and feel lonesome and lonesomer the time. 8. Monographs. The jealous man is always hunting. He is always hunting for something that he don't expect to find, and after he has found it then he is mad because he has. These fellers don't believe in spooks, and yet they are about the only folks who ever see any. A jealous man is always happy, just in perpetuation he is miserable. Jealousy is a disease, and it is a good deal like seasickness, dreadful sick, and can't vomit. The anonymous man boards at a red tavern, and pays for his board by tending bar occasionally. He hain't got any more character than the jack of spades has, when it ain't trumps. He is a loafer by profession, without any vices. He rides on the box, once in a while, with the driver, and nobody thinks of asking him for his stage fare. He is useless an extra pump would be in the desert of Sarah. He sprung from a respectable family. His great-grandfather was a Eustace of the Peace. But he has not got vanity enough to brag on it. He ain't necessarily a fool, any more than a bull's-eye watch is. If anybody will wind him up, he will set still, and run quietly down. The stiff man looks down, when he walks, upon folks. He don't seem to have but one limber jint in him, and that is located in his nose. He is a kind of masculine turkey, on parade in a barnyard. He is generally loaded with wisdom clear up to the muzzle, and when he goes off, makes a noise like a cannon, but don't do any damage. I have seen him fire into a crowd, and miss every man. This kind of stiff man is very handy to flatter. They seem to know they ain't entitled to a good article, and therefore are satisfied with hard soap. There ain't but few men who get stiff on what they actually know, but most of them get stiff on what they actually feel. Stiff men are called aristocrats, but this ain't so. There ain't no such thing as aristocrats in this country. The country ain't long enough yet, unless a man has got some Indian in him. A general thing, stiff men get mad dreadful easy, and have to get over it dreadful easy, because folks ain't apt to get a big scare at what they ain't afraid of. Stiff man had a grandfather once, who went to Congress from our district, and there ain't one in the whole family that have been able to get limber since. The model man never disturbs a hen when she is setting, never speaks cross to a lost dog, always puts a 5-cent shinplaster in his vest pocket late Saturday night, to have it ready Sunday morning for the church platter, rises whenever a lady enters the street cars, remembers your uncle plainly, and asks after all the family. If he steps on a cat's tail, is sure to do it light, and immediately asks her pardon, reads the funny fellow, and laughs because he can't help it, hooks up his wife's dress, and plays hoss with the children. Never meddles with the cream on the milk pans, goes easily of errands and comes back in season, attends everybody's funeral, can always tell when the moon changes, thinks just as you do, or the other way if you want him to, follows everybody's advice but his own, practices most of the virtues without knowing it, leads the life of a shorn lamb, gets sick after a while, and dies as soon as he can, to save making any further trouble. Funny fellow. The model man's vices are not feared, nor his virtues respected. He lives in the memory of the world just about as long as a pleasant day does. He may be called a clever feller, and that is only a libel, but he will get his reward hereafter, when the birds get theirs. 9. Honesta is the best policy. The author of this proverb was either a very shrewd man, or he accidentally spoke what he didn't think. Honesta is, in me opinion, a mere matter of policy. Man is, was, and always will be, a dishonest critter by nature. It is as natural for him to steal when he wants to, as it is to bellow his nose. In order to get society into decent shape, so that the machine could be run without a continual bust, it was absolutely necessary that man should make himself honest. If that hadn't have been did, it wouldn't have been safe to leave a sawmill out of doors after dark. Hence honesta become a matter of policy, and it works well. The fear of the law here, and the law hereafter, has furnished us some very clever specimens of Christianity. Suppose there was no law against 2 wives, how many men is there in your neighborhood that wouldn't sustain the law? I have thought that the virtues, and the affects guns, except the few which are instincts, and which we and the dogs have just about alike, are mere operations of policy. Of course the virtues improve by hoeing, and mankind has become better, just as they have become richer, by keeping their money and morals at 10% interest. Many folks are down on luxuries, and plum puddin', but I ain't. The more puddin' folks have, the more they will develop. Stop the hanker in human nature for any more plum puddin', and new bonnets, and in about 450 years, men and women would all go to grass, as Nebuchadnezzar did. Once more, honesta and virtue in the lump are not natural, but matters of policy. I may be wrong about this, but if I am, anybody else can get wrong the same way I have, by asking himself about his own human nature. Human nature is the same over North America, except in those places where they subsist by playing poker, and there it depends a good deal upon the number of aces in a pack. I have seen some packs that had 9 aces in them, upon the principle that 5 aces will beat 4 aces and a king. X. Great Agricultural Hoss Trot. At Billingsville. October 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20th. Josh Billings, reporter. Agriculture is the mother of provisions, she is also the grandmother. If it want for agriculture, there wouldn't be any beans, and if it want for any beans, there wouldn't be any succotash. Agriculture was first discovered by Cain, and has been discovered since to be an honest way to get a hard living. Pumpkins owes her success to agriculture, so does lettuce and buckwheat. The Billingsville Agricultural Society opened October 10, and was a powerful success. The receipts of the agricultural fair was upwards of $30,000, if me memory serves me right, and I think she does. The Hon. Virgil Bickerstaff, the next agricultural member of Congress from our district, sold the agriculture pools. First day. A puss of $10 was trotted for by sucking colts, that had never trotted before for money. There was 13 entries. There was 60,000 people on the track to witness the race, if me memory serves me right, and I think she does. The puss was won amid vociferous exclamations by a red colt, and the waving of handkerchiefs, with a strip in his face, and the fainting of several first-class females, and one white foot behind. Second day. It rained like a perpendicular day, and no trotting could be had, so the audience went cussing and swearing, and offering to bet 4-2-6 on the Pete Tucker colt. Third day. The sun high stead up in the east more beautifuler than I ever saw her before, if me memory serves me right, and I think she does. It was a fuss-rate day for agriculture, or any other man. A plus over $30 was trotted for, by some 2-year-old colts. This race did not attract much affection, on account of the time being so slow. Time, 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Fourth day. This was for 3 or 4 years old, who hadn't never beat 2.25. There was 26 entries. They couldn't trot 2 once, so they took turns. This race was won after a bitter contest, by Pete Tucker's colt. He was immediately offered $1,000 and a fuss-rate farm, well-stocked, for the colt, by 3 different agricultural men, but with a great deal of indignant good sense, he scorned to stoop so low. Pete Tucker, and his whole family, are Haas. Fifth day. It rained again like thunder and lightning, and the day was spent in betting on the weight of hosses. Several good hoss swaps was also did. One man swapped 2 hosses for 1. This struck me as a devilish good thing, but everybody else said it was soft. At the end of the 5th day I come away. I got so full of hoss, that ever since when I laugh I can't keep from winning. The fair was kept up for 10 days, and some red-hot time was made. I think 2 minutes and 10 seconds was made, if my memory serves me right, and I think she does. I forgot to say that there was 2 yoke of oxens on the ground, besides several yokes of sheep and a pile of carrots, and some worsted work, but they didn't seem to attract any sympathy. The people hanker for pure agricultural hoss trots. 11. Josh Billings defines his position. Dear world. Dear world. I got your letter by accident, and reply very much as follers. I am a black Republican, with white antecedents. I always was against slavery of any kind, not because it was constitutional, but because it was ungodly. I don't believe the best judges of color can pick out a Negro's soul in the kingdom of heaven. I believe in the doctrine of secession. If I don't like my home, and am 21, I have a right to go off, but I hain't got any right to take the old man's farm or his tinware with me. I am in favor of being made postmaster in our city, but I am about the only man that is, which speaks well for the disinterestedness of our citizens. I am also in favor of short stories, when a man hain't got much to say. Yours tenderly, Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 12. Cold pieces? It don't appear to me that envy can pay well, for those whom we envy most are always envying somebody else. Hope often cheats us, but yet how easy it is to forgive the sassy jade. Men of talents can be criticized, but a genius can't. Criticism is a mere string and plummet, the eagle roosts too high for tape lines. Me day of fuss-rate poetry is that kind that reads just exactly as I should have wrote it. You can't fool a wise man with praise that ain't true. Persecution will make even Canada thistles grow. If you trade with a Yankee, steal his jackknife first, for if he gets too whittling, you are gone in spite of thunder. Passion makes more mistakes than ignorance does. Fools don't know their strength. If they did, they would keep still. Beauty is a dangerous gift, for it is seldom accompanied with much virtue, energy, or wisdom. Most anybody can slide downhill. There is only now and then one who can slide uphill. A man may be a very good judge of a county court, and yet be a very poor judge of himself. What a comfort it is to be pitied by a $200,000 friend. To be told that better days are coming. That perseverance will overcome all obstacles. Such a warm friend is just about as much use to you as a painted sun, on a garden wall, would be to ripen sass with, in a cloudy day. One of me ideas of a perfect gentleman is, the man who is easy to please. I know of no love, that is so much love, and nothing else, as the love of a father for a daughter. I love the old primeval forests. I love them because they can't be cut up to any advantage into village lots. I have got a dreadful poor memory, and think I ain't sorry for it, for me experiences in life, thus far have 2/3 of them been more pleasant to forget than to remember. True happiness seems to consist in wanting all that we can enjoy, and then getting all we want. I don't believe in total abstinence, any more than I believe in total blindness, But I do believe in the reasonable gratification of all the desires that God has given us. Politeness is dreadful simple if you take the ceremony out of it, but in sifting out the ceremony, you will often sift out the politeness. The most selfish persons I have ever known have been those who are always professing great love for others. Prudery is virtue, always willing to be tempted. There is nothing that will woo a man to a sharp point like adversity. Adversity is the hunger of the soul. Gold is the standard of value, but wisdom is the standard of perfection. United, they are the standard bearers of the world. 13. Letter from Josh Billings. My dear Press. My dear Press. You asked me how I like the lecturing business, and what success I have met with, and what is the true nature of the lecture I have been dispensing. Briefly thus I reply. 2 years ago I joined the band of lecture in Martas, and have tramped, ever since, and near I can recollect now, I think I can't tell. Me lecture is an attempt to be comic. Humor is hybrid, and is a nice cross between sense and nonsense. I don't think it has ever been well defined. It is like the smell of a flower, hard to describe. There is just about much real humor in the best of geniuses there is juice in a lemon. One good squeeze takes it out, and there is nothing but seeds and skin left. It soon becomes hackneyed, and its authors live precariously for about 3 years on the first 6 months of their reputation, and then go in their holes and only come out onst in a while to sun themselves and be stupid. I have known men to tell 4 good stories, and then spoil them all by telling 1 poor one. There is nothing the world is so slow to applaud success, and nothing they are so smart at discovering a failure. Much of a humorist's success depends upon the physique of his audience. A man who has the dyspepsy fuss-rate laughs under protest, but if his dinner rides easy you can tickle him with a scoop shovel. Humor sometimes lurks in the way a thing is said, and I have seen men who earn their fun in the wrinkles of their face. Nonsense ain't humor, it is only a jest. Humor must have some truth in it, and a good deal don't hurt it. I have seen a fuss-rate story spilt in being told, and I have seen a poor story so well told, that if the man had applied for it he could have had it patented and no questions asked. If an audience refused to be tickled, you might well talk to a graveyard in the dead of winter, but if you get them onst mellow you can then stick your thumb into them anywhere. But me opinion now is that there ain't no rule for success with a comic lecture. A cold-blooded philosophic lecture is just easy turning a grindstone. The audience are obliged to hold their hatchets on, and they are sure to get ground out after a while. But you can't tell a man when to laugh. He knows what pleases him, just he knows what eats good. You can't play a burnt slapjack, nor one that ain't well done, onto him. There ain't nothing more straining to a humorist than to have to stop and explain a joke. I have just got home from Boston. I put 2 spokes into the hub at Tremont Temple the 2 first nights in February. I lectured 15 nights in Massachusetts. I don't know whether it was a success or not, all I know is I felt good myself. Humorous lectures, without the aid of canvas or pantomime, are tough to do. I think now I shall either get up a philosophical lecture on the color of the Red Sea, or the hump of the camel's back, or quit lecturing. I can steal a good philosophical lecture out of some library, but these cussed humorous lectures have so much original in them, or ought to have, that you can't calculate on them for certain. They are like twins, they can't be had nor they can't be stopped. Upon the whole, near I can guess, me opinion is that humor is a natural disease, that a man can't catch nor can't give to anybody else. 14. Wisdom chunks. The best time of the moon to plant beans is when, begrown is aul right. Slovens are always the first to call our attention to their slovenness, by their excuses for it. Don't talk so much, my friend. You don't know but little, and ought to be saving of it. Book critics should be treat the farmers do their swine, rum, and then turned out to criticize. The man with little brains, and the man with little ammunition, should hunt alike. They should take aim a good while, and then always shut into a flock. Avoid single bids. Dear reader, don't find fault with an author who makes you laugh. It is no more an evidence of weakness to laugh than it is ov strength to look mad. Many ov the enormities ov life have been committed in the name ov religion, enormities that make L blossom like the rose. Beauty never dies, it is like truth, they both have an immortality somewhere. I have got a first-rate opinion ov resignation, but I don't think any man is in duty bound to thank the Lord every time some careless cuss steps on his sore toe. We hear a great deal about progress, hun, and the importance of it, but I am just big fool enough to think that 8 or 10 of the new things are either false, or are old things spoiled by altering. What mankind stand most in need of, just now, is simplicity. Men judge each other by their success, not by their undertakings, but the Lord judges by the undertaking, not by the success. There is a great deal more timidity among men than there is temerity. One is the attribute of littleness, and the other of greatness. The best kind of perfume for the person, that I know of is cleanness. Truth is radical, fiction is conservative. What a man must have, he can most generally get. There is no such thing as closing our eyes to the fact that tilting skirts enable us to see a good deal more of fashionable society. Sudden riches don't often improve anybody. Virtue walks without help, but vice goes on crutches. There is one advantage in being poor: there ain't no danger of mistaking flattery for praise. Bobbled peacocks don't travel much on their pride. Take the accidents out of this life, and how many men is there who would succeed or fail? Friendship is a mirror which we hold up to others to see ourselves in. Deep thinkers laugh with their mouth. A man is a fool just in proportion as he is known better by somebody else than he knows himself. Novelty is a good deal like a kitten's tail, soon played out. The world owes most of its refinement to two very different things, the Bible and the looking glass. True criticism consists in giving a man credit for the good things he says, and not cussin' him for the good things he don't say. 15. Billiards. Everybody seems to be getting crazy over a new game, which has just been discovered, called billiards. It is played on the top of a table which is a little longer than it is square, and the game seems to consist in pushing some round red balls against some round white balls, until they drop into some little pudding bags which are hung onto the outside of the table. It takes 2 men to play the game, but 4 or 5 can look on. They take off their coats, and stand close up to the table, with a short piece of a fishbowl in their hands, which has a chalk mark onto the end of it. Then one begins by giving one of the balls a punch in the belly, which sends it egg in the next one's belly, and so on, till the other fellow's turn for punching comes on. But you ought to see the game, it can't be delineated by words. One feller generally beats the other feller, and then he pays the landlord of the concern 25 cents for the privilege of getting beat, and buys some gin, with lemonade in it, and AUL hands drink. Then 2 more takes holt of the fish poles, and they punch for a spell, and so it goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Then each goes home, having enjoyed fine exercise, a little drunk perhaps, but the muscles in their breast are so expanded that they can't catch the consumption nor the smallpox. This is billiards. 16. Josh Billings rises. Gentlemen and Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen and Mr. Chairman. I rise with great diffidence for the first time in me life, to address an impromptu assemblage. What I can say is instant, and I can't alter it. I can't sit down, or stand up, and study a thing out, any more than I can sit down and think how to lift a ton. We have met here just for fun, and I believe that AUL things, including truth, have a fun ridiculous side to them, and I fully believe that while Satan, with consummate skill, fills his ranks by the arts of seduction, virtue should resort to the same means. I believe in sugar-coated pills, and I believe that virtue and wisdom can be smuggled into a man's soul by a good-natured proverb, better and deeper than to be mortised into it with a wormwood mallet and chisel. We have met to celebrate the birthday of a Sunday newspaper. The child is a year old, and is growing nicely. Some people doubt the propriety of Sunday newspapers. They seem to think that the Sabbath was made only for the acts of sectarian worship, but I believe that religion was never designed as a business, but only to regulate and correct business with. I should as soon think of tunneling Huzik mounting by prayer, When a people devote AUL their time to religion, superstition and bigotry are sure to prevail. Man is the only thing created with power to laugh. Birds and flowers can almost do it, and dogs would like to. Mules smile with their heels. Fun was made for the million, ethics for the few, and the man who can invent a generous and healthy sauce to enliven a dish of boiled greens with, is a Christian. Fun may never have furnished a splendid dinner, but it has helped swallow many a poor one. 6 days shalt thou labor, and on the 7th rest. There is no labor in fun, and a Sunday newspaper does AUL its work on Saturday. I had rather attend one wedding than a dozen funerals, and a birth, even if it ain't anything more than the hatching of a ducks for example, is always another success. Life is short, and that is one great reason it ought always to be cheerful, and I fully believe that when Gabriel blows his horn, the first ones that will rise will wear a smile on their faces. Judas betrayed with a laugh and a kiss, but the fun of the thing was, he went off and hung hisself. He that can't laugh is to be pitied, and him that won't laugh is to be feared. I am clean through. This is my maiden speech, and I will bet $10 that I won't never run the risk of doing it again. Adieu. 17. Billings on Pills. Poughkeepsie, January 1st, 1867. Poughkeepsie. Dear Dr. Boneset. Dear Dr. Boneset. Through the politeness of Mr. John Smith, I come in possession of your valuable letter, at about 9 o'clock night before last, in which you offer me $10 for a poultice. I hae had a fair chance to use your pills upon several important occasions, and can swear positively that they can beat any pills of their size I ever contended with. Underneath this letter you will find a poultice which I think will draw. If you see fit to use it, you can emit the $10 by mail, at our risk. In the meantime, bet freely that I am your humble servant. Josh Billings. Josh Billings. Poultice. Barnabas Boneset, M.D., much doctor, chuck full of faith, blows his horn, and by these presents does bellow his horn about his Lightning Express and Serious Sensation pills, a comfort and a joy to man. These pills are of roots, rooty, and cost the author 4 years in the wilderness, besides sleepless nights and anxious days to get them down to a spot, without blemish and filled with fun. These pills will cure deafness, diphthery and dandruff, are good for baldness, bronchitis and backsliding, are certain to heal headache, highfalutin, and hangnails, will remove warts, wind galls and wens, destroy all longings, lassitudes, laziness, will soothe the sorrowful, calm the crazy, and cure a common-sized fit in 2 minutes. They are cloths packed in little round boxes, and each little box contains 2 dozen and 2, or no sale. Each box is done up in a tract, which says that they are sure to cure, lightning is to strike what it starts for. On the top of the box is a full-sized painting of the author, with a grub hoe in one hand, and a whole parcel of roots in the other, with a knapsack on his back, and mountains in the distance, to which he is pointing with the grub hoe, them is the mountains where he gets the roots. On the top of each little round box is these words, in a foreign tongue: Hocus pocus, quat constellus, which being biled down means purely vegetables. For some more particulars, commune with the author. Signed Barnabas Boneset, M.D. Barnabas Boneset. 18. Josh in Saratoga. Saratoga, September 8, 1867. Saratoga. Dear Weekly, don't think I am going to ruin, don't think I am totally spilt, because you happen to hear from me at this great drinking place. I am here on urgent and melancholy business, looking for me Newfoundland pup, not quite 5 months old yet, that I lost lately. Dear Weekly, Strategy never appeared to me so free from white swellings as it does now. I hain't seen a dozen people over the Ballon Perswashin, but almost every one I meets acts just as though they had some good common sense, and had brought enough along with them to last while they stayed. Shoddy and Petroleus have gone to Europe, to astonish Paris with their paste diamonds and fire-gilt families. There is about 4,000 strangers here just now, and the liberal way that they invest in the cathartics of the situation is suggestive. Yesterday I saw a bride and her new feller at Congress Spring. She was a rosy and a roomy bride. He was built to run in shallow water, rather a light draught chap, I thought, but he took 9 consecutive glasses without flinching, and I think would have held one more. He looked 100 pounds bigger. I was filled with horror at the sight, but soon had me fears soothed, when I saw almost everybody present wash themselves internally with 5 or 6 tumblers full of this liquid salts and pearlash. Congress Hall is being rebuilt with bricks on the old ground, and is at least 15 rods front on Broadway, with 2 wings as many rods deep, and will cost $400,000, and will feed, sleep, and physique 1,000 festive sons and daughters at onst. Every house here, except the churches, is a boarding house. The female seminaries and academies of the arts and sciences fill up their summer vacations with spring water pupils. The great tiger of the place is the High Rock Spring. This now flows over its conical summit, something that it has not done before for 300 years, and besides being a good article of physique, is probably the greatest natural curiousness this side of the Temple of Solomon, his 500 wives and 300 good-looking collaterals included. Take the cathartics out of strategy, and there wouldn't be anything left of deep interest, but a pale yeller, sandy sile, that hain't got moral strength enough in it to hold a fence post up straight, unless the hole was well manured first. But with some 10 or 15 of these mineral springs that will cure anything, from a broken heart to the spring halt, water the most sparkling, water that biles and bubbles, without money, and without even stamps, and has biled ever since Cain was a babe, I say, with such a legacy, strategy is today the surest place on the breast of the earth to get a good loose drink. My stay here will necessarily be small. I can't get no track of me Newfoundland pup, with 1 white foot and a star in his forehead, and business before drinking being one of me best holts. I shall leave here before long for Montreal or St. Louis, in search of the dog. The annual races passed off with the usual amount of burglaries and pocketbook thieveries, but I was told yesterday, by one of the first citizens, that you can leave a roll of bank bills, since the races, lying on the sidewalk, and nobody would pick it up for the first 2 days. I haven't tried this myself, nor don't intend to, for fear there might be just one slippery cuss left in the place, and one man could raise up a roll of bills for me, just as easy as 40 could. I haven't got money, nor grit enough, to indulge in such moral experiments. The ground, where the old United States Hotel stood, remains covered with the debris of that melancholy and hot fire, which reduced to ashes and old bricks, the most popular and fashionable dry goods emporium in the universe of America. I have it from Jenkins, who is here now getting himself pliable, that soon as 1 or 2 objectionable partners can be smoked out of the ring, then the balance of them will build on the grounds a hotel that will make Rome howl. The Union and the Clarendon are the 2 champions now, and both of them have a full stomach of clean-looking and very decent acting passengers. There is some very elaborate rigs here. One that I saw yesterday was quite unique. I don't know whether this word is just a thing to use in this spot, but it sounds big and strange, and that is all that I care for. The rig consisted of a yellow buggy, with a black bugger driving, clothed in drab broadcloth, with brass buttons, and cockade on a plug hat with a velvet belly band around it, and salmon-colored gloves, and a 10-foot whipstork, with a spotted dog under the front axletree, and 3 hosses in engine file, 2 blacks, and the one on the lead the color of cream. Jenkins told me that they were the only shoddy team here, and belonged to a young fellow from Mellington Four Corners, in the state of Connecticut, whose father has raked in 2 millions, by making beeswax out of a very little mutton tallow, and a good deal of engine meal. But it won't do to believe all that Jenkins says. He has lied so consecutive for the last 15 years, that his front teeth have all decayed out. One of the perennial feeders of strategy is a drove of tame Injuns, with their squaws, and young porpoises, who come here each drinking season, from the outlines of Canada, laden with braided baskets, bags of beads, and harmless bows and arrows. These people might have been good Injuns onst, but each successive porpoise grows paler and meaner, and if it want for their nastiness, there ain't 3 boarding school misses in the whole land, with poetry enough in their build to call them the noble red men of the forest. The fact of it is, there is more truth than poetry in Injuns, and the truth is, that KN whiskey, and other kinds of civilization, has outflanked them. It requires a great deal of good sense to stand whiskey and civilization. A wild Injun is a most magnificent cuss without doubt, but a tame Injun, one with more milk than molasses in his face, is almost azy near good for nothing, azy a counterfeit bill, on the bank of Newfoundland. Injuns, to be good and profitable, must live at least 2,000 miles from anybody else, and always stay at home, and never see a missionary. P.S. I have just this minute received a dispatch that there is one more Newfoundland pup in Freehold, New Jersey, this morning than there was yesterday at this time, with a few white hairs on the end of his tail. I shall start immediately, and if I can only rescue me pup before he gets contaminated, I shall be proud a rooster. In haste, goodbye. Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 19. Some vegetable history. The strawberry is one of Natur's sweet pets. She makes them worth 50 cents, the fuss she makes, and never allows them to be sold at a mean price. The color of the strawberry is like the setting sun under a thin cloud, with a delicate dash of the rainbow in it. Its fragrance is like the breath of a baby, when it first begins to eat wintergreen lozenges. Its flavor is like the nectar which an old-fashioned goddess used to leave in the bottom of her tumbler, when Jupiter stood treat on Mount Ida. There is many breeds of this delightful vegetable, but not a mean one in the whole lot. I think I have stole them, laying around loose, without any pedigree, in somebody's tall grass, when I was a lazy schoolboy, that eat dreadful easy, without any white sugar on them, and even a bug occasionally mixed with them in the hurry of the moment. Cherries are good, but they are too much like sucking a marble, with a handle to it. Peaches are good, if you don't get any of the pin feathers into your lips. Watermelons will suit anybody who is satisfied with half-sweetened drink, but the man who can eat strawberries, besprinkled with crushed sugar, and besmattered with sweet cream, at somebody else's expense, and not lay his hand on his stomach, and thank the author of strawberries and stomachs, and the fellow who pays for the strawberries, is a man with a worn-out conscience, a man whose mouth tastes like a hole in the ground, that don't care what goes down it. Coconuts grow up in the air, in a hot climate way over the ocean, about 80 feet from the ground, on the top of a tree. They are generally picked by the monkeys in that neighborhood, who throw them at the natives, in exchange for the stones that the natives heave at the monkeys. They grow a Negro's head does, with a good deal of skull to them. A coconut, after it has been scalped, resembles an old 10-pin ball, only a little more round one way than t'other. On the end of the nut toward you is 2 eyes, fast asleep. The coconut is opened by breaking the skull, and this brings them to their milk. The milk in the coconut has never been explained yet, and the reason is, because nobody has ever asked me to do it. Whenever the philosophers give it up, I shall reply to the conundrum. An article of diet, the coker is about on a level with the French raw turnip, and is hard to digest one of Secretary Seward's letters of state. Biled coker might possibly be good, if it weren't a great deal better when it was raw, and raw coconuts is only good for children and young greyhounds to eat, whose stomachs are like a nutmeg grater. The only real good thing about this foreign nut is its skull. They can be cut into 2, and made into drinking cups, and I must confess they do look kind, when laid on a clean flat stone in the side of a meadow spring, but I can't drink out of them myself, without thinking that if they hadn't been cut in 2, what a capital thing they would be to build a young darky to. But this is only a foolish notion of mine, and probably it couldn't be did anyhow. It is now about 8 or 11 years since folks begun to hanker after the tomater. About that time, some doctor of pills dissected one of these vagrant vegetables, and discovered some doctor stuff in them. Soon folks found out they was physic, they begun to be very sweet on the tomater. At that time they was in the habit of growing in sly places, where they wa'n't afraid, over behind stone walls, among broken jugs, dead cats, and old Injun rubber boots, for people wouldn't let them grow in gardens any more than they would a Canada thistle. They were vagabond weeds, and even a woods hog wouldn't eat one of the berries that grew on them, any quicker than he would a ball of red stocking yarn. But it was decided that there was some pills in them, and they were put to nuss, in pots, and vases, and lived on the fat of the land, in hot houses, alongside of tiger lilies, and roses of Sharon. It took most folks about 18 months of perseverance, and seasickness, to get the tomato to go quietly down, and now, from a vile weed, more smelly than a D's clam, the tomato has actually got to be more honorable than a buckwheat slapjack, or even a pumpkin pie. This shows what love and affection will do. I haven't any doubt that if Professor Ratsbane would say professionally that wasps' nests was good to make a mustache grow black, half the men in the country would get a wasp and go into the nest business. I don't believe a tomato will keep a man any more hell-eye than red clover will, but I am just like everybody else. I wanted to get some better than I was, and I went to school to the tomato, and have got learned how to eat them, if they are filled with salt and pepper, and soaked well in good cider vinegar. I have seen folks pick them off from the vines in the garden, and eat them right down alive. I would soon undertake to eat a handful of putty. But tomatoes have worked themselves up to a necessary, and I am the last man to injure their reputation, for I believe an innocent humbug is just much right to win, if they can, any other man. There is one thing I do hope, and that is that nobody will undertake to make castor oil one of the luxuries until after I am dead, for castor oil and bed bugs is two things that I solemnly swear I won't have, if they get to be ever so fashionable. XX. Josh replies to correspondence. Mastiff. I can't tell you the best kind of a dog to buy, but for a man of limited means, I think the Wadden dog is the most cheapest. They are the less liable to get out of repar, and ain't all the time following folks off. They can't wag their tails, but that can be remedied by having them made without any. They are not apt to be noisy in the night, but if you want one to frighten away the robbers, all you have got to do is to have one made with the bark on. Walton. You are right about it. The bullhead ain't a game fish, although they die hard. I can't give you any positive rule to be a game fisher. Patience is a good thing to have. I would advise you to practice, for the first year, in a tan vat, with a leather line, and a skillet handle for a fish hook. You may not catch much fish, but you will learn how to twitch bootifully. Davenport. I believe in the doctrine of spiritualism, that is, I believe it is a smart doctrine. A man has to have a United States juggler's license now before he can believe in the doctrine. I believe in raps on the table, but when I hear them come pretty loud and fast I make up me mind that somebody is getting badly euchred. I don't recollect but one communication between spirits that is mentioned in the Bible, and that took place between Lazarus and another gentleman. It is pleasant to know that one of these spirits was a pure one, and that he had all the advantage of the other gentleman, in the argument, and in the position. Easel. I can't tell you who painted the Greek slave, she ain't on exhibition. They are getting the fine arts almost perfect nowadays. One feller in Pittsburgh has painted a sorrel or so perfectly that the hair all come off from the oar. And another feller has just finished a Durham cow that he had salted down last fall for family use. And another artist has got a Newfoundland pup in his studio ready, that he has been offered $10 for by the owner, and no questions asked. Parent. I can't tell you the best way to bring up a boy, but if I had one that didn't lie well enough to suit me, I think now I would set him to tending a dry goods store. Probably, one of the best ways to bring up a boy in the way he should go, is to travel that way ourselves, once in a while. Still there ain't no sure thing. I have seen them brought up careful a lapdog, and then go to the devil just soon they could strike the right track. And then agin, I have saw them come out somebody's gutter and wash up like a diamond. Raising boys is a good deal like raising colts. If you don't get more than one out of 10 that is a fast one, you are doing first rate. A great many men hanker for a boy to transmit their reputation to. I consider this about risky the hen's egg business. There is always some chances egg in it. One is, that the eggs may be spilt before they start for market, and another is, they may get busted in carrying. 21. List of housen to let. furnished and unfurnished. By *********. Real estate agent and property broker. Number 1. Gahic Cottage, with chimneys and window blinds attached, and water in the cellar, located for the present on the southeast angle of Soap and Myrtle Streets. House contains a bay window, would suit a lawyer or a blacksmith. Rent for the summer months, including the goodwill of the neighborhood, $4,500. No children and dogs allowed on the premises. Cards to view the house can be obtained of the agent, admitting a gentleman and 2 ladies, for the trifling sum of $5. N.B. This house was taken yesterday, and customers are forbid to bother the agent by inquiring about it. Number 2 will be to rent in a few days. The house is being put in perfect order by being whitewashed, and the floor sprinkled with some sand. This house is across the Ionian and Doric style, was built when lumber was scarce, and is almody hard finished throughout, rat holes all plugged up, and a bottle of bedbug poison, neatly labeled, and hung up in each room. To a tenant who can bring testimony, and a good pedigree, this house would be leased for a term of 30 or 40 years, for about $2,500 a year, the tenant to pay the taxes, and remove the mortgages now on the premises, and put in the gas, and get the house insured for $6,000, and assign the policy to the agent as collateral security for the faithful performance of the contract. N.B. If there is anything else that I have forgot to mention about the terms, the tenant can have them inserted, when the papers are drawn up, without extra charge. Number 3 is completely furnished with gas fixtures and meter, and alcloth in the front hall, and pegs in the closets, and back veranda. This delightful property is now occupied by a physician, whose sands of life have about run out, and some of the rent would be took in boarding the physician, whose sand is about run through, and his wife, and wife's oldest sister, and her uncle, and the 9 children, who are all light eaters, having been kept for the last 6 months on sperm candle soup. To a tenant who could loan the physician $1,500 or $2,000, and take a first mortgage on the furniture in the house, a liberal rent would be named, payable quarterly in advance. P.S. First come, first get. Number 4 is the property of a $2 millionaire, who is about going to Europe with his entire family, to spend some money. This house has one of Chickering's 10-octave, iron frame, overstrung bass, rosewood, round-cornered, pearl-keyed, pianos, built expressly for the owner by Mr. Chickering himself, after the design of the Pantheon in Rome, Italy, and also has a hole cut through the roof, from which the North Star can be distinctly seen with the naked eye. Rent is no object. To a small family of 1 or 2 persons, this house could be had, if applied for within 2 days, at the nominal price of $20,000 a month, reckoning 26 working days to the month. Also, a superb house of a black color, warranted 16 hands high, of great endurance, to stand without tying, and can trot in 253, would make a good card for a hearse house. 22. Laughing. It never has been proved that any of the animal creation have attempted to laugh. We are quite certain that none have succeeded winky-faced. Thus this delightful episode and pleasant power appears to be entirely within the province of humans. It is the language of infancy, the eloquence of childhood, and the power to laugh is the power to be happy. It is becoming to all ages and conditions, and with the very few exceptions sacred to sorrow, an honest, hearty laugh is always agreeable and in order. It is an index of character, and betrays sooner than words. Laughing keeps off sickness, and has conquered as many diseases as ever pills have, and at much less expense. It makes flesh, and keeps it in its place. It drives away weariness and brings a dream of sweetness to the sleeper. It never is covetous. It accompanies charity, and is the handmaid of honesty. It disarms revenge, humbles pride, and is the talisman of contentment. Some have called it a weakness, a substitute for thought, but really it strengthens wit, and adorns wisdom, invigorates the mind, gives language ease, and expression elegance. It holds the mirror up to beauty, it strengthens modesty, and makes virtue heavenly. It is the light of life, Without it we should be but animated ghosts. It challenges fear, hides sorrow, weakens despair, and carries half of poverty's bundles. It costs nothing, comes at the call, and leaves a bright spot behind. It is the only index of gladness, and the only beauty that time cannot efface. It never grows old, it reaches from the cradle clear to the grave. Without it, love would be no pahan, and fruition would show no joy. It is the first and the last sunshine that visits the heart. It was the warm welcome of Eden's lovers, and was the only capital that sin left them to begin business with outside the garden of Paradise. 23. Lying. As easy it is to lie. I am astonished that there are so few engaged in the business, and that so few first-rate lies are ever told. I am not prepared to say how much real sin there is in what is called a light-colored lie, that has no malice or evil result in it, but I have always noticed that the heft of mankind love to excel in all they undertake, and I can't tell how long a man would be willing to tell white lies for fun when he might be turning an honest penny for himself by telling black ones. Men don't generally become drunkards by confining themselves strictly to sweet cider. Lying is the lowest grade of sin. It is more cowardly than stealing, because there is less risk in it. It is more demoralizing than burglary, because there is no cure for it. It is more dangerous than swearing, because swearing don't hurt anybody else. It was the first sin committed, because it was the easiest and most natural, and it will probably be the last one committed. Because no man ever gets so poor and degraded but what he can tell quite a respectable lie. Lying is said to be constitutional in some folks, so is the itch constitutional, because folks hang around where it is, and won't doctor for it after they get caught by it. Finally, I might as well own it, I have told a few very fair lies myself, but I can't recollect one that I feel proud of now. 24. Percussion caps. I hold that a man has just as much right to spell a word as it is pronounced, as he has to pronounce it the way it ain't spelt. Sticking up our nose don't prove anything, for the most sensitive person in the world, when he is away from his kittles, is a bone biler. But few sights, in this life, are more sublime and pathetic, than to see a poor, but virtuous young man, full of Christian fortitude, struggling with a mustache. Common sense is most generally despised by those who hain't got it. If I was asked which was the best way, in these days of temptation, to bring up a boy, I should say, bring him up the back way. It don't require any education to tell the truth, but to lie well does. We are told that an honest man is the noblest work of God, but the demand for the work has been so limited that I have thought a large share of the first edition must still be in the author's hands. Men don't seem never to get tired of talking about themselves, but I have heard them when I thought they showed signs of weakness. If you would make yourself agreeable, wherever you go, listen to the grievances of others, but never relate your own. Some folks are always trying to see through a millstone edgeways, when, if they would only turn it over on the flat side, they could look right through the hole. Beauty is like a rainbow, full of promise, but short-lived. It ain't best to swap with your relations, unless you can afford to give them the butt end of the trade. Among the blue laws of Connecticut, which are now obsolete, are this: no man shall chaw tobacco on Sunday, unless he swallows the spit. Also, no young woman shall have a right to get married, who can't make a donut that will keep at least 1 year, without losing its twist. I believe in the universal salvation of men, but I want to pick the men. I believe in sugar-coated pills. I also believe that virtue and wisdom can be smuggled into a man's soul by a good-natured proverb, better and deeper than to be mortised into it with a wormwood mallet and chisel. The pure don't grow old any more than a mountain spring does. I don't think there is any rule for long life. I have known men to die before they was 40, from the effect of a vegetable diet, and I have known others to live 75 years on salt pork and cider brandy, and then quit the pork on account of their healths, and live 15 years longer on the cider brandy alone. Give me liberty or give me death. But of the two I prefer the liberty. As in a game of cards, so in the game of life, we must play what is dealt to us, and the glory consists, not so much in winning, as in playing a poor hand well. The time to pray is not when we are in a tight spot, but just as soon as we get out of it. The Lord tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, but it is man's busyness to see that he don't shear the lamb too close. 25. 1 week from my diary. Monday. Had suckers for breakfast. Suckers and sausages are the two luxuries of life. The other luxury is easy boots. Answered several letters of great moment. Monday. Tuesday. Awoke with a splendid headache, caused by drinking too much spring water the evening previously, and going to bed at 9 o'clock precisely. Breakfasted on the butt end of a sausage, felt like a dog. Sat down in my little chamber for reflection, and reflected as follows. Tuesday. Recollected of hearing a man, on the levee, in St. Louis, once say that the steamboat Prairie Flower drew less water than any boat in the Missouri. I asked him how little she could draw. After changing sides with his chaw of tobacco, he calmly said, about 2 barrels. I reflected what a fool this man made of himself, and of me too. Wednesday. Recollected of asking a man in Minnesota if beans was a sure crop in his parts. He said, they was certain a revolver. Reflected upon the danger of carrying concealed weapons. Wednesday. Recollected again of being in New Hampshire during a severe snowstorm, and innocently enough remarked that I never see anything like it, and was told by one of the barroom boarders that it want nothing, that he had seen it fall over 1,000 feet. What? Said I. 1,000 feet on the level? No, said he, but 1,000 feet from on high. I reflected how easy it was for some folks to lie and tell the truth at the same time. Thursday. Recollected once more of being on the Red River, in Arkansas, and seeing a large piece of framework by the side of the road. Inquired of a private citizen, who was leading a blind mule by one of his ears, what the framework mought be. He said, it was a blind fiddle, and it took 3 yoke of oxen to draw the bow, and they had 2 haw and to change the tune. Reflected on that passage in the Poke, which says, man is fearfully and wonderfully made, and thought the remark might apply. 2 fiddles in Arkansas, without spiling the remark. Thursday. Friday. Visited me washwoman, and blowed her up, for sewing ruffles and tucks onto the bottom of me drawers. Friday. She was thunderstruck at first, but explained the mystery by saying she had sent me a pair, by mistake, that belonged to *********. I blushed like a biled lobster, and told her she couldn't be too careful about such things. I might have been ruined for life. Saturday. Wrote this diary for the week, from memory, and am satisfied I have got a good memory. Reflected upon the vanity of human wishes, reflected how often I had wished to be rich, and how seldom me wishes had been gratified. Resolved, in the future, not to wish for anything until I had it 3 weeks, and see how I liked it. Saturday. Saturday night, 10:30. Dispensed with a new-born critic who had tried hard to be severe on my book of sayings, thusly, dear sir, I have read your criticism on me book, and must say, it don't come halfway up to me expectations. You seem to have in a big degree one essential for a bull critic, that is a great willingness to damn, but you lack entirely another ingredient which is all important, you don't know how to build a dam. Upon the whole, I am forced to admit that you are a poor damn critic. Saturday night, 10:30. Your lover, Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 26. American aristocracy. Viewed by Josh Billings. Political economists have defined an aristocracy as a power or government in which a privileged few hold dominion. I am not aware that such a government exists, in a pure form, at the present day among the nations of the earth. But we can't be mistaken in the fact that even in our own republic there are many candidates who would love to participate in the peculiar privileges of an aristocracy. We have divided American aristocracy, just for fun, into 3 piles: the moneyed, the mackerel, and the pedigree aristocrats. Not having much time to spare, we pitch into them a good deal as follows. The moneyed aristocrats are like certain fine-coated animals, worth just what their hides will bring. The mackerels are remarkable for their numbers and the small capital they do business on, and while arrayed in their false dignity, and straining hard to cheat us in all things, are like a drunken man trying to walk a crack. The pedigrees have much innocence and little courage. Content with the glory of their ancestors, they are satisfied in holding under our noses a grandfather's fossils, and fondly believe that the bones make them smell of greatness. Finally, trying to be a first-class aristocrat in America, just yet, appears to us to be almost as flattering an enterprise as climbing a greased pole. There is great doubt about our being able to reach the top, and if we do succeed, and don't pull the pole up after us, we will soon have the mortification of seeing some other Schumacher climbing up the same pole. Moral: don't be an aristocrat if you can help it. Moral 27. Love. The only natural feeling the young heart possesses is love. It is the first good thing the heart does, and in after life it is often the only good thing it does. There is no positive virtue in love, and yet it may be the result of the holiest of virtues. But there is, in this life, a vast deal of pontoon love that has no more virtue in it than wooden nutmegs have. There is love undying, that generally lives about as long as uncorked ginger pop does. There is love untold, which is always told to anybody who will listen to it, and is as full of pathos as a pork and beans nightmare. And there is love at sight, to which I will add love for 90 days. These are some of the different kinds of love that are denominated pahan, and form much of the trading capital that lovers do business on. There is not much sin in these different styles of love. They don't seem to get up to the dignity of sin. There is deception in them without doubt, but the deception is like Kostar's celebrated rat exterminator, it won't hurt anybody else but the rats. I am not prepared to say that I would like to see these things done away with, for something worse might spring up in the place of them. They seem to be necessary in carrying on a trade in which judgment has to yield to fancy, and fancy is too often forced to yield to nonsense. If we could, any of us, have our old courtship written out and given to us for perusal, we should probably look upon it as we would upon a Chinese comic almanac, unable to understand the pictures and satisfied that the astronomical calculations were never designed for our latitude. 28. The game of euchre. This ill-bred game of cards is about 27 years old. It was first discovered by the deckhands on a Lake Erie steamboat, and handed down by them to posterity in all its juvenile beauty. It is generally played by 4 persons and owes much of its absorbingness to the fact that you can talk, and drink, and chaw, and cheat while the game is advancing. I have seen it played on the Hudson River Railroad, in the smoking cars, with more immaculate skill than anywhere else. If you play there, you will often hold a hand that will astonish you, quite often 4 queens and a 10 spot, which will inflame you to bet $7 or $8 that it is a good hand to play poker with. But you will be more astonished when you see the other feller's hand, which invariably consists of 4 kings and a 1 spot. Euchre is a mulatto game, and don't compare to old sledge in majesty, any more than the game of pin does to a square church raffle. I never play euchre. I never would learn how, out of principle. I was originally created close to the Connecticut line, in New England, where the game of 7-up, or old sledge, was born, and exists now in all its pristine virginity. I play old sledge to this day, in its native fierceness. But I won't play any game, if I know my character, where a jack will take an ace, and a 10 spot won't count game. I won't play no such kind of a game, out of respect to old Connecticut, me native place. 29. Now and then. In ancient days, men, after considering an enterprise, proceeded with energy to execute it. Now they shut up one eye, and pitch in. In old times, if their judgment sanctioned, they considered the chances. Now they let her rip. Then they drank moderately of water and brandy. Now they smile aquafortis, and sook sweet-scented turpentine, through a quill. Then, if circumstances made it imperative, they closed their busyness, by effecting an honorable compromise. Now they cave in squeal, or absquat. Then, contrary opinions were occasionally supported with reasonable wagers. Now, every man bets his pile, or bottom dollar. Then they went a mile in 42, with an easy rein, now, in 240, under a strong pull. Then, most families held from 6 to 10 healthy children, within its hallowed circle a radiant mother, and a stalwart sire, now, too often a puny father, with uncertain knees, a romantic madam, with a pale lily at her breast, a wet nuss, 2 Bridgets and a kennel of sore-eyed pups. Then they went to meeting, to hear a doctrine sermon, and be humbled before God. Now, they flaunt into holy palaces, and pay out fortunes every year, to lounge on velvet, and hear the Bible amateured, by a dainty gentleman, who handles their sins as he would a sleeping infant. Then, our halls of legislature were filled with honest patriots, now, with clever bandits, whose courtesies dwell upon the tips of bowie knives, and whose eloquence and arguments are couchant in the chambers of deadly revolvers. Then, we had used apprentice to a honest calling, whose indentures were diplomas, now pale young gentlemen, emulous of physic, or the law, who are pendant to the purlars of the courts and colleges, watching for the falling of a crumb. Then, we had maidens until they had been looked upon by at least 20 summers, and were modest enough to pick out a husband from a score of earnest and honest men, whose very eyes had the promise of bread in them. Now, 15 summers make a woman, or what we are obliged to take for one, and one so ripe too, that he who first shakes the bush gets the eager fruit. Then, our literature and learning was drawn from sound philosophy, or quaint proverbs of sense, and the food books that prevailed was good. Now, everybody writes a book, and every fool reads it. Learning is stereotyped, and wisdom is only 12 shillings a volume. Then, industry created wants, virtue tempered them, and frugality supplied them. Now, luxury has taken the place of industry, pride the place of virtue, and extravagance the place of frugality. Then, men were solicitous about their characters, now, about their pedigrees. Then, they found health at home, now, they hunt for it by travel. Finally, if our grandpops should come among us, with the plans and precepts of 100 years ago, we, in our impudence and wickedness, would be caught laughing at them, while they, in virtuous sorrow, would be in tears over us, and thus would be enacted the scenes which always ensues when fools and sages meet. XXX. Oates. Money has done one thing for the world that no thing else could have did so well, it has developed the fools. The best kind of advice for me to follow is this. Pay to the order of Josh Billings $50 and charge me account, John Birch. I had rather have $10 of this kind of advice than 600 in Christian consolation. There is more sausage in it. Although mankind worship wealth, I will give them credit for one thing, they seldom mistake it for brains. Most the great things have been did by taking the chances. Prudence has but one eye, while fortune has 1,000. If a man has 2 stomachs and 2 outsides, there might be some excuse for adding $10,000 more each year to his pile. I don't read anybody else's poetry but Homer's, upon the same principle that I always drink, when it is just as handy, out of a spring, instead of the outlet. Treason is one of them kind of stains that wash well. If a man has got to be poor his life, I ain't sure but it would be some money in his pocket to be ignorant. First-class virtue is always anxious to avoid temptation. You can't transplant a yauki successfully without taking up a good deal of the soil with the roots. Originality in writing is as difficult as getting a fish pole by the side of a trout brook. The good poles have been cut long ago. It is easy enough to get religion, but to hold it is what bothers a fellow. A good grip is better than rubus, than much fine cotton cloth. I enjoy a good laugh, one that rushes out of a man's soul like the breaking up of a Sunday school, but a laugh that comes to the surface, as the hiccups come, or backs out of a man, like the struggles of a chicken choked with a chunk of half-wet dough, I utterly lament. There ain't no poetry in poverty, but any number of feet of blank verse. When a fellow knows he is being stared at, it makes him act as unnatural as though he was setting for his picture. I am called a broad humorist, and I am glad of it. There is plenty of narrow humorists in the country without me. Any man who will compel a woman to make a shirt for 20 cents ought to be filled full of fish hooks and be used for bait to catch other sharks with. Silence is one of the negative virtues. 31. Waterfalls. I rather like waterfalls. I can't tell why, any more than I can tell why I love castor oil, but castor oil is good for a laziness in the system. I don't like laziness of no sort, not even in muskeeters. I want my muskeeters lively. But this is foreign to me purpose. I like waterfalls, they are so easy and natural. They attack all the sex. Some they attack with great fury, while others they approach more like a siege, working up slowly. I saw one yesterday. It want no bigger than a small French turnip. It had attacked a small woman only 9 summers' duration. She was full of recreation, and when she bounded along the sidewalk the waterfall histed up and down in an oscillating manner, resembling much the sportive terminus of a bobtailed lamb, in a great hurry. The effect was purely eclectic. I also saw another one pretty soon, which belonged to a mature matron. She might have saw 75 summers. Her hair was white as flour, Perkins. Worth $15 a barrel, delivered, but the waterfall was black. I asked a bystander how he could account for that. He said, "It was younger." I also saw another one pretty soon, which was the property of a gusher. She was about 19 years old, and was ripe as a 2-year peach. She swept the streets like a thing of life. Men stopped to gaze as she paused, and put in a new chew of tobacco. Little boys pocketed their marbles in silence. Her waterfall was about the size of a corn basket turned inside out. It was enclosed in a common scap net, and covered with blazing diamonds of glass. It shone in the frisky sun like the tin dome on the courthouse, where the supervisors meet. But I rather like waterfalls. It has been said that they would run out, but this I think is an error, for they don't show no leak yet. In the language of the expiring Canadian, on our northern frontier I say, Vive la bagatelle. 32. Politeness. I have looked into the philosophy of politeness, with great fierceness, and see the thing in the following light. Genuine politeness is a nice mixture of vanity and good nature, invigorated by virtue, and chastened by policy. It will take a man along slickly, whose money and impudence, and even religion, singly, would get stuck. Nobody can stand, without quailing, before a broadside of genuine politeness. It will make even a pony engine grow limber. It might not save a man from getting kicked by a mule, but it would save him from getting near enough to get kicked. There is one other compound in genuine politeness, which gives it terrific force, and that is deference. Deference will win oftener than double sixes. If you want to beat a man out of his opinion, let him have his own way till you come to the forks in the road, then you can take him just which road you please. I am not prepared to call deference always a virtue, because it may exist, and only be an art, or stratagem. If it is natural, it quite often degenerates into servility, and if artificial, it merges into fraud, or cunning. Love without deference is nothing more than a raid. The deference that exists between equals, although pleasant to look upon, is not always flattering to think about. Lions are necessarily polite to each other, but when lions become polite to the lambs, then will deference reveal its true sublimity. There is 2 kinds of politeness, the ripe, and the too much ripe politeness. A goose has a great deal of this last kind of politeness. I have seen them lower their heads while going into a barn door that was 18 foot high. Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 33. Dreams. If you are handsome, cultivate your boots. If you are homely, hoe your brains. Shut New England out in the cold. I should as soon think of shutting the cold out of New England. I love to meet an old feller of 70 on the road, hanging on to a pair of trotters. Old fellers! Don't give up your pull, till you're obliged to. There ain't much virgin virtue in this world, it is pretty much Aul Magdalene. The true province of economy is to see how much money we can live the closest on. The sudden rich quite often find themselves in the same fix that mulattoes are, just above what they started from, and just below what they started for. He who draws his experience from the past is always a man, and he who draws his experience from the future is always a child. If you can't get good clothes and education too, get the clothes. Say, how are ye? To everybody. If you are ye always get beat. 34. Josh corresponds. Jenkins, your letter is full of very foolish questions, but some of them are worth answering. I can't tell whether dogs are born with a bobtail on them, or whether they ain't, but I am inclined to think they am. I think they am, because I never see any dogs' tails laying around loose, without any dog to them. But there is one thing that bothers me too, and that is, I can't see why it ain't just as easy for a dog to be born with a whole tail on him as with a bob piece, when he is about it. Still, if the dog has got to be scant somewhere, perhaps it is good judgment to take it off on the longest end. The more we sarch these things, Jenkins, the more curiouser they am. Natur don't do anything without some good reason of her own. If she raises a bobtailed dog, she don't do it for fun, but for the dog's welfare. Perhaps the dog, if he had been born with a whole tail, might have had it bit off by a sheep or something. So you see, Jenkins, there is figuring in all these things. As I told you in me last letter, you must study natur and wisdom more, and then you won't have to ask so many foolish questions. A bobtailed dog ain't half so apt to have the typhus fever as a long-tailed dog is. This stands to reason. A long-tailed dog can wag more than a bobtailed dog can, but wagging of all kinds is about played out. If I should ever get able to keep a dog, I should select a bobtailed one, for two reasons. One is, you get more dog and less tail, and the other is, there ain't no good place for the boys to hitch a tin pail onto them behind. I had rather have one bobtailed dog, if he was ever so small, than to have 6 long-tailed ones, if they was ever so big. I might not be so rich, but I could invest the other 5 dogs in bank stock, which would be better than nothing. There is one thing, Jenkins, you, nor no other man ever see, with the naked eye, and that is a long-tailed dog that didn't have fleas on him. If you want to hang up a dog by the tail, I am ready to allow that the long-tailed ones are the handiest. But the best way, anyhow, to hang a dog, is by the neck. In my next letter to you I will tell you some more news about dogs, but in the meantime you must prop your eyes open, and keep up a devil of a thinking, and wisdom, by and by, will come and sit on you, and tell you all about it, which of the two is the most necessary, the bob, or the long-tailed dog. That part of your letter, in which you asked me about herring, is full of very young and half-boiled questions, some of which are too easy to spend any time answering. But there is some of them more tough, which I may as well split up for you now as any time. Herring is a small fish that lives in schools. They are used as victuals, and resemble, very much, when they are cooked, a paper of stewed pins. They are cooked by being tanned in the smoke, and then are eaten raw. They are generally served up with crackers and water. Crackers and herring are as free from moisture as the ball's arithmetic, and will keep without spiling, as long as the rule of 3. They are handy to eat. You can eat them on a run, or not, just as you have a mind to. There is one thing very awful about a herring, they have got but one bowel, and that is about the cis of a chalk line when it is stretched tight. This gives their stomachs a penurious look. Bones is what a herring has the most of. They are as full of bone as a rat's tail. You asked me if the heron and sturgeon are the same fish? This question beats any one I ever heard of. Its sis. A child 2 hours old knows better than that. Jenkins, you will either have to be born again, or else pull off your shoes and run out to grass one summer, before you will know much. Nimrod, I will write you more at length after sheep shearing, and will merely suggest now that you have got wrong notions about mankind in general. Mankind in general is as uncertain as a wasp's nest, and wants as much close watching as a mule's hind leg. I have got so poor an opinion of mankind in general, as far as I have got, that if I was in a destitute condition I would rather trust to me luck than to my virtue for sunbeams. In relation to that chunk of scripture which you asked me about, be ye as wise as a sarpent, but harmless as a deer. Don't mistake it for a dose of catnip tea or herb drink. It warn't meant for a weak prescription. It is a kind of ironclad missionary ship, and means sharp work, on the sly. Your day about the friendship of the world is 4 miles to leeward of the channel. Friendship is like the magnetic needle. There is certain causes that will make it very sideways sometimes, but when it settles down to steady work it always pines to the pole, and the fellow that owns the needle owns the pole. And as for human happiness, Nimrod, don't hunt for it, and you may accidentally come across some of it. Hunting happiness is a good deal like hunting crows. When you hain't got your gun with you, you can always get a great deal nearer to the crows. 35. News cuts from our exchanges. The Shanghai Dispatch advertises for a devil, not over 14 years of good moral character. References exchange. The young devil will be expected to board with his father, especially during the cold weather. The Nevada Brick says, there will be a total eclipse of the moon, next month, visible with the naked eye, only to the subscribers of the Brick. Send in your subscriptions for the year at onst. The Mock Turtle Bulletin learns that onions in his locality won't be more than half a crop, owing to the number of acres sowed, and the small size of the seed, and advises his patrons to lay in their acidity now for the winter, while it is low. The Mohunk Ledger heists the name of John Tyler, solitary and alone, for the next president, and gives his reasons. We doubt the policy of this nomination, for he has been run into the ground once already. The Mud and Hollow Day Book and People's Register thus reports the accident, of a moral character, on the Puterville Railroad. The conductor of the 10.15 train going east, when he got to the end of his route, had $19 he couldn't account for. This is the first accident of the kind ever discovered on the road, and we can assure the traveling public will probably be the last. The Reedsburg Journal learns from good authority that the wife of a laborer in that vicinity gave birth to 6 fine healthy children, and then adds, but not all too honest. The Olive Branch, a black Republican sheet, says, the grasshoppers, having eat up everything green thing in our neighborhood, have pitched onto things blue, sec az whetstones, and Democrats, and are dying off by the thousands in consequence. The Oakville Banner don't believe in the above account, and adds, the fact that the editor of the Olive Branch still lives is proof enough that the green things ain't all destroyed yet. In the columns of the Weekly Bread of date October 16th, we see it announced that the sorrel hen of Deacon Abijah Phillips laid an egg which weighed, after it was cold, 7 pounds with an affidavit to it, before Squarestages, Justice of Peace. And then the editor goes on to say, the hen has been doing better ever since. We should think it would be hard work for her to do much better. The Monthly Record learns through her country correspondent that the maple sugar crop will be bigger next year than for the last 90 years, and that we shall have a dreadful hard winter, for the geese are getting ready. He never knew them so tough to bile as they are this fall. The Prairie Flower comes to us with a long and able article on pumpkin pies. The editor says, he was early from Connecticut, and was born on pumpkin pie, and would be willing to die on them almost, with nutmeg in them. He remembers distinctly how his great-grandmother used to mix them up, and how he used to dip into the mix on the slee. He further winds up by saying that it is azy natural for a Yankee to stand on a pumpkin pie, azy it is for a setter dorg to set on a woodcock, or a Frenchman to point on a frog's hind legs. I agree with this feller fully. I was once from New England myself, and pumpkin pies was the fust real sass of me boyhood, and at this late time of day, seems to be the principal swivel in the chain that binds me to the land where basswood pumpkin seeds and wooden nutmegs are grown only for exportation. 36. Dead beats. No man ever jumps azy for azy he can, but once. If the wicked really stand on slippery places, the best thing the righteous can do is to keep off from the ice. There is no religion in simply traveling 4 miles an hour, nor any actual sin in a 2.40 gait. Position is everything. Position of a comma, for instance. There is a divinity that shapes our ends rough, hew them as we will. If I was called upon to say how I thought the devil looked and acted, I should compare him to the man who sells rum by the glass, and never drinks any himself. Wits are like hornets, they have but few intimates. Thieves are remarkable for their taking ways. Ragmen for their light ways. Dairymaids for their sweet ways. Boston for her byways. courting, home on a furlough. I made up me mind, more than 6 months ago, that this world wa'n't made for fools, and when I see a man determined to go to the devil, I generally let him went. Cripples they are always cross, they are nature's libels. I consider marrying for money no better than stealing it. I have seen some awful bad throat diseases completely cured in 3 days by simply joining a temperance society. A pun, to be irresistible, don't ought to flavor ov malice aforethought, but wants to come sudden and apt, like a rat out ov his hole. How many men there is who argy, just as a bull does, chained to a post, they beller and paw, but they can't get away from the post. Monuments are poor investments, the bad don't deserve them, and the good don't need them. There is a great many strictly honest folks in this world. They wouldn't take a cent from any man that didn't belong to them, nor give any man a cent that didn't belong to them. I consider ceremony principally an effort ov vanity, or a kind ov fashionable golden rule, which stimulates folks to do unto others as they would have others do unto them. Critics are generally self-made men, and often poor jobs at that. There is one happiness in me that hain't grown an hour older since it was born, and that is, the fun of the thing. The heathens worship wood and stone, Christians worship Nevada bricks. It ain't no credit to a cow to give a pail full of milk, and then kick it over, nor any other man. 37. Spring, May, 1868. Spring has come. She has been on the road about a month. I am glad she has come, on account of the grass. The grass was beginning to get uneasy about it. I hope the cows will eat some grass forthwithly, so as to lower down the price of butter. Butter has got to be sassy. 55 cents a pound. Who in thunder ever seed butter so high before? A feller has got to go up garret now, to spread his bread, and then stand on tiptoes to eat it. Everything is high now. Dandelion greens has riz. I bought a bushel yesterday, and paid $4 for it. I wanted a mess, and me wife said it was just like me, bought 6 times too much. I told her to dry what she didn't want to bile. They would go good next winter on buckwheat slapjacks. She stuck up her nose and slammed the door, but she loves me for aul that, better than any other woman does. As I said before, spring has come. Me heart begins to kick up her heels, and I feel a limberness in my soul. I think I must be the win out. I have a natural gift for spring melancholy. I love to hear a robin sing, it is as sweet as sadness. I love to procure a violet as soon as I can, each year. There is such a mild impediment in their beautiful phases. They put me in mind of an orphan child, that has strayed off into a dell and sot down to cri. As I said before, I am glad spring has come, on account of the new bonnets. And although butter and dandelion greens are condemned high, my wife ses spring bonnets is real cheap, and she knows she can get a decent one for $48, without any trimmings. I am real glad that one of the necessaries of life ain't unreasonable. Potatoes and corned beef and reef flour and other luxuries is high, and I don't know, fact, but they ought to be. If folks will hanker after such things, let them pay for them. I am satisfied, spring has come, and bonnets are dog reasonable. Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 38. Hearts. Some hearts is trumps. The little child's heart has a host of shadowy things in it, fairy ghostesses, in the distance, without much form, in the foreground, tops, and marbles, rag dolls, and sweet whistles, Christmas, with the little old esquire in his tights, and frisky span, loaded with wares for a baby market, dreams without any meaning, little jealousies, little hopes and curious fears, strange invoice, but life's capital, in which sleep giants and pygmies, happiness and misery. Life's capital, which can't be increased, but which may aul be lost. The little child's heart. Look down into it, it is like the vault of a wild flower, apparently tenantless but full of little secrets, unknown to itself, secrets worth knowing, life's capital. Sweet little vault where God has locked up creation's destiny. 39. Monographs. The happy man is always married or expects to be. He don't believe in ghosts or ghostesses, nor railroad accidents before they occur. He lives upon milk, and pays az he goes. He loves everybody, and but fool love him. He laughs when he gets wet, and only takes pills to please other folks. Like the birds, he was born happy, and like them he seems to enjoy it. The world calls him almost a fool, but his happiness is worth more, and costs less than wisdom. But I consider happiness the easiest to manage when there ain't much of it. Our wretched wants, though they are what makes a man more than a brute, are just what reduces our happiness by expanding it. Everybody can tell his neighbor to be contented with what he has got, this is good news, but nobody but a fool can follow it. Fools are always happy, but alas! They don't know it. Still, there ain't no arithmetic for happiness. A man has to be measured for his happiness just as he does for his boots, and then he ain't sure but what they will pinch somewhere. The handsome man and pretty woman. Beauty is one of them kind of conquests that don't last long. It is a kind of raid, which surprises, but can't hold the territory which it invades. It is a kind of meteoric rain, which people may set up a night or two to watch for, but failing to see it a great deal, may conclude that it ain't much of a shower after all. Handsome men are scays, and it is good that they are, for there is but very little power in man beauty, and there is more vanity in one handsome man than there is in 2 droves of peacock's tails. Beauty is another name for effeminacy. Pretty women are plenty, and I am glad of it, for women have a perfect right to be pretty, but very beautiful women are unplenty, and I am glad of that ditto, for the chances is, they would use their beauty to gain our adoration rather than our esteem. After all, great beauty is a left-handed compliment, for most of the silly I have met with are those who believe they was very beautiful. I think I had rather have a nose 7 inches and a half long, in the clear, than to be the handsomest man in our county, for in the first case, I should work hard to shorten me nose by some other good qualities, while in the other case, I probably should never be told by my looking-glass that I was a fool. The live man. The live man is like the little pig. He is weaned young, and begins to root early. He is the pepper sass of creation, the allspice of the world. One live man in a village is like a case of itch at a district school, he sets everybody scratching onst. A man who can draw New Orleans molasses in the month of January, through a half-inch auger hole, and sing, "Home! Sweet home!" while the molasses is running, may be strictly honest, but he ain't sudden enough for this climate. The live man is full of business the conductor of a street car, he is often like a hornet, very busy, but about what, the Lord only knows. He lights up like a cotton factory, and hain't got any more time to spare than a schoolboy has Saturday afternoons. He is like a decoy duck, always above water, and lives at least 18 months each year. He is like a runaway hoss, he gets the whole of the road. He trots when he walks, and lies down at night only because everybody else does. The live man is not always a deep thinker. He jumps at conclusions, just as the frog does, and don't always land at the spot he is looking at. He is the American pet, a perfect mystery to foreigners, but he has done more, with charcoal, to work out the greatness of this country than any other man in it. He is just as necessary as the grease on an axle tree. He don't always die rich, but always dies busy, and meets death a good deal as an oyster does, without making any fuss. The nervous man. The nervous man is the original harp of 1,000 strings. He is a fiddle, past finding out. The tread of an elephant don't scare him, but he wilteth when the mouse nibbles in the wainscot. He turneth pale at the coming of the spider. He laugheth when the whirlwind is on a bender, but shuddereth when the striped snake walks out for an airing. He gazeth at the red lightning with joy, when it gasheth the heavens, but the scales of his back lift up in horror when old Baxter files up his wood saw. The nervous man is a very singular critter. He might more properly be called a plural critter. My advice to the nervous man is to drink milk for a living, and for excitement chaw spruce gum. XL. Josh Billings and the Lecture Committee. Letters which pass from great men to great men are often wise to olishness, and so successfully discursive as to treat beautifully upon everything but the point at issue. Salt Point, February 0th, 1867. Salt Point. J. Billings Esker. J. Billings. I am instructed by our association to inquire of you, and solicit a reply, if you could read a discourse before our Lyceum this winter, and if so, at what time, on what subject, and upon what terms. Most respectfully yours, Ezra Smith, Cor Secy. Ezra Smith. Poughkeepsie, February 12, 1867. Poughkeepsie. Smith, me dear. Smith, me dear. This day, at 10 o'clock a.m., I come in contact with your letter, and was real glad to hear from you. How do you like being Cor Seck? Ovia Lysosai? It is a light, pretty busyness, and don't require much capital. M. Let me ask you if you are any relation to Jake Smith, the hatter. If you are, forget it, for Jake is a common cuss. The Smiths are a good family, and prevail more promiscuous than any kind of folks that I know of, but it would be unnatural in the highest if there want some, where they was so thick, that was wuss than the rest. Did you ever read history, Ezra? If you didn't, you will be surprised to hear that John Smith married Pocahontas, the daughter of Powhatan, the Injun boss. The way this happened was so, Smith was about getting slewed, when Pocahontas went in, and fell flat on him. Old Powhatan give it up, and Pocahontas had Smith, and Smith settled down, and went into the Injun business, in a small way, on his own hook. This is the grist of the story. 'Tis one of the most affectingest transactions on file. You ought to read history, Ezra. It will learn you information, and give you a knowledge of education. I forgot to state that John Smith lived somewhere in Pennsylvania at the time his transaction with Pocahontas took place, and if he ain't dead, probably lives there now. There is one fuss-rate thing about history: it is always true. If it ain't true, it ain't history. So if you larn it onst, you never have to unharness. But most potry, and pictorials, and novels lie wuss than an east wind. The fuller a man gets over them overnight, the more room there is in him the next day for some more. John Smith, who had the transaction with Pocahontas, had an immense invoice of boys. There is 13 of that name in our town this morning, besides several who have either died or gone to Denver City. Did it ever strike you, Ezra, that death was one of the most remarkable things that could happen to a man? A man may be rich, and know history just like slapjacks for breakfast, and be handsome, able to lift a ton without thinking, but death beats all these just as easy as biting crackers. Death seems to be as far as a man can get. When a man acquires that thoroughly, his ambition seems to be satisfied. One man can be richer, and lift more than another, but he can't be any more deader. I am glad there is one thing in this world that is enough for man. Speaking of man, Ezra, do you consider him a success yet, or has he got to try again? History has a good deal to say about man that don't allude to his success. Adieu, Ezra. Yours, full of oats. Josh Billings. Josh Billings. Sly. Orphan children. Notoriety is the short glory a man gets for doing what he ought to be ashamed of. God only knows how much merit wanders through this life, securely hid by rays of poverty, nor how much crime insolently wears the golden armor of wealth. I think there is just as much virtue in the world as there is vice, only it hain't been bored for so much. A great many of opinions, advanced by the uncommon learned men nowadays, may be properly defined as dissolving views. It is strange, and it is melancholy true, that those men who spend their time and talents in making us happier never gain much of our respect. There is a great many people who know just enough to make a smudge, but don't know just enough to clear it away. I don't know of a more keen sarcasm than a learned man listening attentively to a fool. The great merit there is in modesty, lies in the modesty there is in merit. There is two kinds of hypocrisy. One tries to appear better than it is, and the other worse than it is. One is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and t'other is a sheep in wolf's clothing. The height and depth of human wisdom is to know oneself, but the human heart can never be known, only by the God who made it. I never hear a robin on the highest limb he can get, pouring out his evening praise, but I am certain that somebody in heaven is listening. about the most originality that any writer can hope to arrive at honestly, nowadays, is to steal with good judgment. I was once asked by a talkin' cuss, which I thought was really the Moses happiness, the married or the single? I said to him that in many cases it was like treeing two winter on Injun meal or buckwheat flour. Before he had got halfway through, he would wish he had tried the other. I don't know whether he took my advice or not. In a match game, where both parties are marrying for money, AUL side bets are considered off. George Wilkes told me so. Poetry is as natural a disease to the human family as the wind colic, and in most cases what will cure one, will cure the other. How many people there are in this world who spend AUL their lives in a hole, and always back into that? The best way to keep a secret is to forget it. I never knew a coward who was afraid to lie. It is a curious fact that most everybody complains of their misfortunes, and yet there ain't anybody who has got the itch, or salt room bad, but what thinks his kind of itch is a better kind than his neighbor's. Compliments are like the frosting put on the top of a cake, only intended for ornament. If a man has got $375,000 and is contented, he is happy. Just so. I don't suppose there is any such thing as time. Time is a mere parasite of eternity. 42. Billings replies to correspondence. Mary Ann, your letter was duly received. I hastened to reply. Waterfalls are a catching disease, but not fatal. They first appear on the back of the head, about the size of a small geese's eggs, and grow big as a wasp's nest, and then they are ripe. They are kept in a pudding bag, and fatted on black horse hair. It is not considered any misfortune to have this disease, unless you have it small. If you have escaped the disease thus far, I wouldn't contract it now, for there will be a new one of some kind around in a few days, that you may like better. In the meantime prepare yourself for the worst, for the Lord only knows what will come next. Harold. It will be impossible for me to give you a never-failing recipe, how to secure the affections of the opposite sex. Great perseverance is necessary, as you are aware that young ladies are highly opposed to the married state. They are like their mothers in this respect. I would advise you to read the Pilgrim's Progress. It will sustain you under your trials. If you can spare any time, I would advise you to be very polite to the young lady's mother. There is nothing more powerful. It is an evidence of more good breeding, and it carries the mother kind of back to the days when she had to suffer in the same cruel way. After fighting the good fight for 6 or 7 years, you discover that your sweetheart is to be married to another feller. You will of course secure an invitation to the affair as pallbearer. This will pay you for the many trying scenes you have passed through, and will also fit you for the next deadly struggle. But if you succeed in getting the object of your affection, you will of course be the only happy man in the world. This is the way it always affects folks. Uncle David. Got your letter through the intercession of the post office. Glad to hear from you. Sorry to hear that Aunt Sally has got the biles. Tell her to poultice them well, and trust in the Lord. Sorry to hear that Cousin Heber has failed in busyness. Tell him to play smart, and trust in the Lord. Glad to hear that Joe Osborne has drawn a prize in the lottery. Tell him to try it again, and trust in the Lord. Sorry to hear that Uncle Peter sold his corn for only $2 a bushel. Tell him to hang on to it next time, and trust in the Lord. Petroleum. I have looked into the boring with great anxiety, and have satisfied myself that it is a good bore. If you get anything in this world worth having, you have to bore for it without mercy. A general thing, the bigger the auger is, the bigger the hole, unless you bore into a mill pond. Many people are satisfied in doing a gimlet busyness, and this shows good judgment. You never see a smart and well-to-do squirrel that wants to reside in a woodchuck's hole. Animals are more sensible than humans. They don't build a house they can't fill. I am not at liberty to tell you what I do think about owls giving out, but I advise you to bore at onst and keep at it, and if you don't strike grease, you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you have made a hole. I am not half so anxious to know how much our men are getting, as I am to know that everybody is a boring. The advice has always been, don't bore for any owl. Stock. 43. chips from the but cut ov wisdom. Just about in proportion that a woman becomes famous away from home, she has done suthin she hadn't oughter. I don't think it will pay any man to be poor just for the sake of being a philosopher. The sharpest men have the fewest ideas, but like the sunglass, they can focus them quick, and the consequence is somebody gets burnt. Them hosses who act just azy though they was a going to run away all the time hardly ever do, but the dozy ones, when they do get started, can't run fast enough to suit them. It is some so with the human critters. Ridicule is the only successful persecution I know of. To get at the full sublimity of a women's right lecturer, go to her and witness her old man striving to nuss their last baby, and notice what a dreadful sloppy job he makes of it. Avarice makes villains of some, and growling wretches of all. Philosophy is the art of making ourselves happy, but yet I find 7 times as much philosophy in the world as I do happiness. Marrying for love is postponed for the present. In the meantime Cupid dips his arrows in petroleum and fires at brownstone fronts, just to keep his hand in. Pleasure is just azy natural azy smelling. There is azy much joy in sliding downhill by moonlight, on a barrel stave, azy there is 40 years afterwards, in being principal stockholder, and president of a double-track railroad. We should make virtue our master, not our servant. Pity is the poorest beggar of the whole lot. Pity the sorrows of a poor old man. Is a fuss-rate way to have the dog set at you, better, a good deal, be a little sassy. Generosity, azy a general thing, has more pride than common sense in it. Even truth has a ridiculous side to it, which it is always trying to hide. Some people lose twice when they bet. They bet without any pluck, and lose without any pluck. You can't cure laziness by bribery, nor shame. The only way to cure it is to scare it. Laziness is one of those kind of things that has no memory at all, and but an indifferent recollection. Early impressions are the most lasting. The fuss kiss, and the fuss licking, come under this head. Reputation is a good deal like a bonfire, you have got to keep piling on the shavings. If you don't, the flame will soon subdue. I was once asked if me forefathers was Englishmen. I told the illiterate cuss, who propagated the question, that I didn't have but one father, and he was strictly of the Massachusetts Perswasion. Good wit is something like good luck, the more soon and unexpected it is, the better. 44. Essa on swine. Hogs generally are quadruped. The extreme length of their antiquity has never been fully discovered. They existed a long time before the flood, and have existed a long time since. There is a great deal of the internal revenue in a hog. There ain't much more waste in them than there is in a oyster. Even their tails can be worked up into whistles. Hogs are good quiet boarders. They always eat what is set before them, and don't ask any foolish questions. They never have any disease but the measles, and they never have that but once. Once seems to satisfy them. There is a great many breeds amongst them. Some are a close corporation breed, and some are built more apart, like a hemlock slab. They used to have a breed in New England, a few years ago, which they called the striped hog breed. This breed was in high repute among the landlords. Almost every tavern keeper had one, which he used to show to travelers, and brag on him. Some are full in the face, like a town clock, and some are azy long and lean azy a cowcatcher, with a steel-pined nose on them. They can all root well. A hog that can't root well has been made in vain. They are a short-lived animal, and generally die azy soon azy they get fat. The hog can be learned a great many cunning things, such azy hoisting the front gate off from the hinges, tipping over the swill barrels, and finding a hole in the fence to get into a cornfield, but there ain't any length to their memory. It is awful hard work for them to find the same hole to get out at, especially if you are at all anxious they should. Hogs are very contrary, and seldom drive all the same way you are going. They drive the most the other way. This has never been fully explained, but speaks volumes for the hog. XLV. On sewing machines. Dear Morse, I this morning had mackerel for breakfast, and also your letter, enclosing a prospectus of your improved swivel stitch and back action sewing machine, and must say I am tickled to death with her. Dear Morse, It strikes me that it must be equal to a small drove of new milk cows in a family. If the machine is only 1/4 az good az the prospectus is, your fortune is az certain and lasting az the rocks. Don't hesitate to send me one of the machines, and I will return the prospectus. I have now 3 sewing machines on hand. One I have had 24 years, the other 2 about 20 and 18 years respectively. The old machine is a gem, and will sew on a patch quicker than the hole was made. The other 2 are smaller, and are hallelujah itself on worsted work and ornamental blister. I would part with the 2 younger ones if any fuss-rate chance offered, and furnish a prospectus that would beat the Song of Solomon. Az for the old one, money won't buy her. I intend to stick to her till every thread breaks, for she is with a dozen newfangled ones. I got her in Massachusetts, by the side of the road, at the foot of a mountain, from a good old Baptist deacon, who lived in a nice white farmhouse, with green blinds and a hoss block by the door, and a penstock of never-failing water, and a wood pile as big as a straw stack. The 2 little ones are on exhibition now, at me rooms. Cards of admission can be procured of the proprietor by presenting the proper vouchers. Full warranties will be given with each machine. Principals only dealt with, no agent need apply. Again, dear Morse, I can't help but thank you for your prospectus. It is so limber and full of good advice. But I can't help but say that if you should see me sewing machines and see them at work, you would tear up your prospectus in disgust, and either get one of me kind, or be miserable till you did. Morse, farewell. In the meantime, yours truly, Josh Billings. Josh Billings. 46. Some advice. Me young friend, you are about to begin life, and although it may seem dreadful and impossible to you, nevertheless you will be liable to make some mistakes while you are scoring, or during the first mile or 2. Let me mix up a little advice for you to take till you get to trotting steady. You will observe the advice is designed for young gentlemen who show some signs of speed, and also that I raise and write from the shoulder. 1. Treat the old man and the old woman as your equals, smile when they exhort, and laugh when they entreat, for no young man can hope for success in ornamental walks of life who don't wear the belt at home. 2. If you can't raise a mustache, commit suicide at once and begin again, for it is better to die than to suffer disgrace. 3. Cultivate impudence. Impudence is a good substitute for bravery, only be a little careful to pick your customers when you try it on. 4. Keep a trotter and a fighting rooster. These animals will let you into the confidence of men who will watch over your morals and thus your genius. 5. Avoid the old fogies. They are a miserable set of cowardly croakers, who, like a third-rate dorg, have learned what little they know about virtue by simply being overmatched in a fair fight. 6. Suspect aul female virtue. This will give you an easy flow of ambiguous language while in the society of the lattice, and enable you to awake confusion, which you can call something else. 7. If you get disparate, and must marry, marry for ducats. Marrying for blood or for love is too sloppy for a man of spirits. Love is a low pahun, and is designed for 2-story houses on one of the back streets, not for a brownstone front. 8. By aul means learn to swear, chaw, and smoke freely, and don't ever mistake rainwater for milk punch, unless you want a soft thing. 9. Call religion a stock jobber's pigeon to catch flats with. Say that virtue is only the galvanized impotence of cowards, that wisdom is but an egg that is addled, laugh at aul things that are solemn, and swear that Bacchus and Venus are the only 2 gods fit to be worshipped. Young man, cultivate aul the above graces, and add to them what the ardor of your genius may inspire, and if the hoss jockeys and pimps generally don't say you are a cuss of the brightest hue, and if the devil don't make you some flattering proposals, the days of chivalry are positively over, and pudding and milk has got more glory into it than a brandy smash, a rum sour, or even a Thomas and Jerry. Young man, a few words with you in private. Let these cheerful remarks settle down into you when you get to reflecting at 12 o'clock some rainy night. Don't make a fool of yourself by trying to jump 65 feet at one jump, and land among the Berhoys at once, but examine your build closely, and see if you ain't better constructed for something honest. But if you find that you must go to despair, then put on AUL the steam you can carry, and either bust or get there as soon as possible. P.S. When you get there, and have had enough of it, just drop me a line, and I will see what can be did for you. But don't forget one thing, that the road back is 3 times as fur, and AUL the way uphill besides. 47. Take it easy. Yes, me dear feller, do take it easy. Don't fret, don't foam, you can't take thought and be an inch bigger, you can't catch lightning, however you try, then do take it easy. If you would be rich, only be good, and then take it easy. If your lady love is coy, do take it easy, for like a wild colt, by and by will she come and lay her head in the halter. Joys ever are few, the evening of your days may be long, and oil you will want for your twilight lamp, then waste not in fury what will last you till the wick burns out, if you will only take it easy. If you would see the pitfalls that Satan is digging, if you would be more than a match for envy and malice, if you would show no blind side for reproach, chew all things well, and then take it easy. Take it easy, and the snowflakes of sorrow will melt as they fall. Melancholy will laugh when she meets you, poverty's bundle will be light, and all your songs will have a sweet chorus. Take it easy, nature don't fret, seed time and harvest are a sure thing. The bud, then the leaf, the flower, then the fruit, the lilies don't fret, then, me dear feller, do take it easy. Take it easy, only be good, and as each new milestone by the side of your Jordan tells that the great city is nearer, and not far away, will your hue grow lighter, and your faith grow stronger, earth will look less, and heaven will look bigger. Yes, me dear feller, do take it easy. 48. Josh corresponds. Percy. Did you ever ride in the cars on a raw day, and have a mountaineer dive in from some cordwood station, and taking a seat next in front of you, rush the window up, and half freeze your liver out? If you answer this question, don't fail to say yes or no. Didn't you feel as though you would like to help to pitch the red-necked and tobacco-chawing curse out of the window? If you answer this question, don't fail to say yes. But it is no use to plead with them. They must have some more north wind. If you should shut one of these human refrigerators up in a 10-acre lot, and put the bars up tight, he would rave around till he tore down a panel of the fence, to let some more fresh air into the lot. When a half-civilized humane critter wants anything, he wants it just as bad as a bear does, and generally takes it in the same way. Bulwer. You are right about it, the elective telegraph is very curious. But did it ever occur to you, in the solitude of your midnight hour, or when you was turning grindstone, or by the side of the road, or the downhill of life, or by the good old Moses, that the nerves was the telegraph wires of the humane body? If this never has occurred to you, your education has either been too much Latin, or else you have been kept in a back lot, where there want much going on. I tell you that dispatches are flying all the time from the 2 main offices, one of which is located in the head, and the other of which is in the stomach. The stomach inquires, when dinner will be ready? And is told by the branch office, at the nose, in 20 minutes. The big toe learns from the operator at the stomach office that mock turtles and terrapins is coming in fast, and that old gout may be expected in a few days. The head inquires of the nose, what you blowing about? Answer, wet feet. The eyes wants to know of the stomach, what they shall do to stop running. Stomach growls back, damn your eyes. Head sees sudden stars, and feels the shock of an earthquake, telegraphs all over the body for an explanation, gets the following dispatch, after a while, from one of the lower offices. Been down hard on the ice. Friend Bulwer, in the remarks of the poet, I hold that we are truly and wonderfully made. Lager. Your inquiry is easily disposed of. Lager beer is not intoxicating. A man by the name of Laubenheimer-Smith, who keeps a saloon, told me so. He said he had one of the little barrels in him at that time, and was actually suffering for a drought. I think he is a man who can be depended upon, for he showed me a Bologna sausage, which he said had been in the family 67 years. It was covered with wrinkles. He said it had a new wrinkle each year, like a cow's horn. I asked him on what principles the Bologna sausage was built. He said he couldn't tell me that there hadn't been any new ones built for many years, on account of the great demand for hosses on the canal. Augustus. Art has improved nature, but whether civilization has improved morals as much, I wouldn't like to tell. Nature is very luxuriant, and that is what's the matter over her. She is like a pumpkin vine, grows without mercy, and would grow without pumpkins too, but art cubs the extravagance, and makes the vines. Some pumpkins. Morals ain't luxuriant. They wouldn't be half a crop if it want for civilization. But like other things that are forced, they are made to yield so much, that the tree soon runs to foliage and top, and don't bear much plums. I don't think the world has got any civilization to spare, but I do think she has got more than she can manage well. I believe in civilization terribly. I would like to see even bears and wolves and wildcats civilized, but if civilization only makes their hair softer, and only makes them growl less louder, but makes their teeth sharper and their claws longer, I think I like the heathen bear, for a steady playmate, full as I do the Christian bear. 49. Them Good Old Days. As longed for by Josh Billings. How I do long, once in a while, for them good old days. Them days when the sun didn't rise before breakfast. Them days when there was more fun in 30 cents than there is now in $7.50. Them days when a man married 145 pounds of a woman, and less than 9 pounds, all told, of anything else. How I do long for them good old days, when education only consisted in what a man did well. Them days when deacons was as austere as horseradish, and ministers preached to men's souls instead of their pockets. Them days when politics was the exception, and honesty the rule. How I do long for them good old days when lapdogs and wet nusses weren't known, and when brown bread and baked goose made a good dinner. Them days when a man who wa'n't busy was watched, and when them men spun only that kind of yarn that was good for the darning of stockings. How I do long for them good old days when now and then a gal baby was called Jerusha, and a boy wa'n't spilt if he was named Jeremiah. Aul ye who have tried the feathers and fuss of life, who have had the codfish of wealth, without sense, stuck under your nose, come beneath this tree, and long for an hour with me, for them good old days when men were ashamed to be fools, and them men were afraid to be flirts. And they used to make a milk punch in them days too, that was very handy to take. A transaction. Mrs. Billings lately become helpless. This calamity was so well published, that the door-bell of the house was kept on a titter for a week, with out of place Bridget's, Margaret's, and Matilda's. From so profuse a crop, it was difficult to select. Each one had a character that would have lasted an economical person for life, and each one was as demure as if they were about to take the veil. They could all boil, and stew, hash, and fricassee, wash, mend, and iron, bake, brew, and starch. In fact, they were perfectly elaborate, in aul cook and laundry doings, and never stayed out of nights. For some reason, bless the lattice, they never do anything without a good reason. A prodigious emerald selection was made from the applicants, happy in the immaculate prefix of Mary, a queen among pots and kettles, soups, gravy, and compounds. She could do everything. She could sweep without disturbing any dust. She could boil a dumpling so light, as almost to disfranchise the long-cherished principle of gravitas hun. In fact, if it was safe to bet on her, she was a first-class kitchen, within a kitchen. Any plus ultra. A bona fide. Eureka! The last one out. She was sworn in, with the usual ceremony of pinting out the ways and means, the kittles, and closets, the coal, and cesspool, the pump, and bread tickets, and lots of other things, in the matter of nails for this rag, and rags for that nail. The dinner to be got up was quite ordinary, and Mrs. Billings, willing to levy but a light tax upon the almost omniscient cook genius of the accomplished Mary, suggested for sass, that most simple as most agreeable of the aul wheaten compounds, known among fluent housewives, as minute puddin'. Ah, Mum, it will plaise yees to see me be after makin' the puddin'. The mystic hour is close at hand, When the platter is too smoke in the center of the snowy damask, a gentle tap is heard at the parlor door. The glistening Mary relates the victory of meat and vegetables below, and with a pleasant pride nestling in her eyes, in virgin innocence, asks, "Now, Mum, please, where do you keep your minutes?" P.S. Comment seems to be almost unnecessary, but perhaps it will be safe to add that if ignorance is bliss, Irish cooks must be the very broth of happiness. Lee. Milk, whiskey, and beer. Milk. I want to say something. In pedo. I want to say something. Entre nous. In reference to milk as a fertilizer. Milk is spontaneous. Semper paratus. And has did more to encourage the growth of the humane folks, and passant, than any other liquid. Milk is lacteal. Bizarre. It is also aquatic, while under the patronage of milk vendors. Errare humanum est. Milk is also mysterious. Le emoti di enigmi. Coconut milk has never been solved yet. Milk is also another name for humane kindness. Comme il faut. Milk and bread is a pleasant mixture. So is milk and rum, bonne bouche, mellow to contend with in a hot day. Multum in parvo, ids. Multum, rum, in parvo, milk. Sometimes, if milk is allowed to stand too long. Statu quo. A scum rise to the surface. Passim. Which is apt to scare folks who live in cities, but it does not faller. Non sequitur. That the milk is nasty. This scum is called cream by folks who inhabit the country. Magnus Apollo. Cream is the parent, pater familias, of butter, and butter is 45 cents a pound. Ora pro nobis. The most common milk in use, without doubt sans doute, is skim milk. Skim milk is made by skinning the milk. Inter nos. This is considered sharp practice. Coup de main. Milk is obtained from cows, hogs, woodchucks, sheep, squirrels, rats, and all other animals that wear hair. Snakes and geese don't discharge milk. Lusus naturae. I forgot to state in conclusion. Ultima Thule. That cow milk, if it is well watered, brings 10 cents per quart. Quod avertat deus. Whiskey. Whiskey is the great American beverage. It is the granddaddy of all our liquor. Everything that has a good reliable drunk in it is at least cousin to whiskey or old rye. Whiskey has done a great deal for this country, in the way of penitentiary homes, and houses for the poor, and I suppose, if it want for whiskey, these houses would actually have to shut up. They tell me that a bushel of corn will make a gallon of whiskey, and some people, who are acquainted with statistics, say that a barrel of whiskey will go further in a family than a cow. I don't know exactly how far a cow would go in a family, but I should think it would be easier to milk a barrel of whiskey than a cow. Still, I hain't never figured on it, and it is only guesswork with me. A gentleman who has traveled extensively through the western states says that vast quantities of corn are raised there, which is made into whiskey, to say nothing of what is annually wasted for bread. He says there is lots of people out west who are better judges of whiskey than they are of water, and that you might easily fool them with poor water, but you couldn't with poor whiskey. They have made whiskey a specialty all their lives, and they can't even go to church Sundays without a bottle of it in their pockets. I think he must have lied when he made this last statement. In my honest opinion, whiskey is second only to original sin. It is the millstone hung upon the neck of poor degraded humane nature, and if the devil was allowed leave of absence for 6 months to visit this earth, the first thing he would do would be to lobby our legislatures for a repeal of the excise laws, and then invest his pile in gin mills. But since whiskey has got into this world, I don't think it can be got out, any more than smallpox can, but it can be made comparatively harmless, in the same way, and only in the same way, and that is by constant vaccination. *******. Beer. I have finally come to the conclusion that lager beer is not intoxicating. I have been told so by a German, who said he had drank it all night long, just to try the experiment, and was obliged to go home entirely sober in the morning. I have seen this same man drink 16 glasses, and if he was drunk in German, and nobody could understand it. It is proper enough to state that this man kept a lager beer saloon, and could have no object in stating what wants strictly thus. I believed him to the full extent of me ability. I never drank but 3 glasses of lager beer in me life, and that made my head untwist, as though it was hung on the end of a string, but I was told that it was owing to my bow being out of place, and I guessed that it was so, for I never bowed over worse than I did when I got home that night. Me wife was afraid I was a-going to die, and I was almost afraid I shouldn't, for it did seem azy though everything I had ever eaten in me life was coming to the surface, and I do really believe, if me wife hadn't pulled off me boots, just azy she did, they would have come thundering up too. Oh, how sick I was! It was 14 years ago, and I can taste it now. I never had so much experience, in so short a time. If any man should tell me that lager beer was not intoxicating, I should believe him. But if he should tell me that I want drunk that night, but that my stomach was only out of order, I should ask him to state over, in a few words, just how a man felt and acted when he was well set up. If I want drunk that night, I had some of the most natural symptoms a man ever had, and keep sober. In the first place, it was about 80 rods from where I drank the lager, to my house, and I was over 2 hours on the road, and had a hole busted through each one of me pantaloon knees, and didn't have any hat, and tried to open the door by the bell pull, and hiccuped awfully, and saw everything in the room tryin' to get round onto the back side of me, and in setting down onto a chair. I didn't wait quite long enough for it to get exactly under me, when it was going round, and I sat down a little too soon, and missed the chair by about 12 inches, and couldn't get up quick enough to take the next one when it come, and that ain't AUL. Me wife said I was azy drunk, azy a beast, and azy I said before, I begun to spit up things freely. If lager beer is not intoxicating, it used me almighty mean, that I know. Still I hardly think lager beer is intoxicating, for I have been told so, and I am probably the only man living who ever drunk any when his bow want plum. I don't want to say anything against a harmless temperance beverage, but if I ever drink any more it will be with me hands tied behind me, and me mouth pried open. I don't think lager beer is intoxicating, but if I remember right, I think it tastes to me like a glass with the handle on one side of it, full of soap suds that a pickle had been put to soak in. Lee. Pluck. Pluck to be of much value, wants to be instant. I have seen plenty of men who was anxious to fight an elephant, 6 miles off. How many of us have had our pluck come to us next day, and then it want of any more use to us than an epitaph is to a dead man. Pluck is a normal virtue, and may be made a shining one, azy it is only the tough substances that will take, and hold a good polish. I have seen men who was AUL pluck, and nothing else. They are like chestnut burrs, always ready, but only fit for one thing, and that is not to touch. There is a pluck that dares to do nothing but what is right, and always dares to do that. This is pluck built upon reason, and is virtue enough for any one man. 53. Free love. I believe in free fights, especially among cats and dogs. I believe in free rides on a gate. I believe in freedom for every slave on earth. But free love is one of them kinds of freedom that it don't do to be limber with. If this world was the Garden of Eden, and full of Adam and Eve, azy they was when they was first launched, then I can imagine it might do for some other Adam to hold me Eve on his lap, and talk about his affinity, and spiritual essence, and play lamb. In them days there want no humi natur, it was all God natur. Humi natur has been soaked so much since, it has got too weak to be trusted in a lot where the feed is poor, next to a meadow, without much fence between nor any poke on. Free love wants more poke than any other animal. I don't believe in total depravity, unless a man has a good chance. Free love is a good deal like drinking 6-shilling gin for a beverage. Beverage is a Chinese word, and means cussedness. AUL the free love I have witnessed thus far, has existed between a villainous lecher on one side, and lunatic virtue on the other side, that had been deodorized out of its truth, and had lost AUL of its modesty, and shame, in hunting after a condition, where sin ceased to be a crime. The first free lover we have any account of was the devil. Live. Fast men. I have always loved fast men. Not those who are fast in their morals, but the sudden kind, those who think fast and act fast. I never knew a very slow American who amounted to anything. Put a man onto an island, like Nova Scotia, and he will learn how to be slow. It is like chaining a bull terrier to a post. After a while he will just straighten the chain, that's all. But on a hemisphere like ours, even mudtuckles learn how to show a good gait. Where nature sets the example, where she is vast and majestic, men soon get in the habit of reckoning by the millions, and a man ain't any more apt to make a big mistake than he is a small one. There is more game missed at 100 feet than there is at 100 yards. Fast men make most of the blunders that are made, but they also make most of the good hits that are made. It don't hurt me feelings, occasionally, to hear that a man has fell his whole length, and even plowed up the ground where he struck, for then I know he couldn't have been standing still, nor hanging on to somebody's picket fence. Methuselah lived 1,000 years, but I suppose he could have seen AUL he saw, and done AUL he did in 5 years, if he had lived in New York City. I never knew a piece of machinery to prove a failure because it was too fast, and who is there who has ever turned one by hand, that has not wept for joy to see a grindstone get round 500 times in a minute, driven by steam. Fast men sometimes collide, but experience has proved that it is better for a locomotive to strike a rock at 40 miles an hour than at 15, for at 40 miles the rock may be displaced, but at 15 the locomotive is certain to be. I always did think well of the Connecticut vagrant, who was confined in the poorhouse because he hadn't anything to do, and hearing of a basswood shoe peg speculation that was raging outside, broke out of the poorhouse, and made $1,500 before they could catch him. Life is short, and this is one great reason it ought to be fast. LV. Josh replies to one of his correspondents. Benvolio. In writing for you an analysis of the frog, I must confess that I have copied the whole thing, verbatis ad liberating, from the works of a celebrated French writer on natural history, of the 16th century. The frog is, in the first case, a tadpole, AUL body and tail, without coming to a head. He travels in pond holes, by the side of the turnpike, and is accelerated by the activity of his tail, which wriggles with uncommon limberness and vivacity. By and by, pretty soon, before long, in a few days, his tail is no more, and legs begin to emerge from the south end of the animal, and from the north end, at the same time, may be seen a disposition to head out. In this cautious way the frog is built, and then for the first time in his life, begins to get his head above water. His success is now certain, and soon, in about 5 days more, he may be seen sitting down on himself by the side of the pond hole, and looking at the dinner baskets of the children on their way to the district schoolhouse. As the children come more nearer, with a club or chunk of a brickbat in his hand to swat him with, he rears up on his behind legs, and enters the water, head first, without opening the door. Thus the frog does business for a spell of time, until he gets to be 21, and then his life is more ramified. Frogs have 2 natures, ground and water, and are free from sin and oyster. I never knew a frog to hurt anybody who paid his honest debts and took the New York Weekly. New York Weekly. I don't recollect now whether a frog has any before legs or not, and if he don't, it ain't anybody's business but the frog's. Their hind legs are used for refreshments, but the rest of him won't pay for eating. A frog is the only person who can live in a well, and not get tired. The bullfrog is the boss of the mud puddle, and has a log to sit on, over on the other side of the puddle, and talks to the rest of the frogs away down in his throat, so that you can't understand more than half what he says. He is generally a cross and lazy old devil, all over warts. This is there is worth knowing now about the frog, except that they catch flies during FLI time, and winter on nothing, by freezing up solid. P.S. I have endeavored to translate me author class, but it is tough to render his beauties intur tongue, without bursting the sense. LVI. Human happiness. Human happiness being a subject that interests most persons, and having never been writ upon by anybody else, I thought I would write upon it immediately. But few ever get to be happy, for the reason they try so hard. Comfort in this world is about all that mortals can expect. Happiness has been reserved, by an all-wise providence, for future use. Those who are the most happy appear to know it the least. In fact, happiness seems to consist in not knowing it. The best way I know of to be happy is not to want anything till you have got it, and then be saving of it. Putting in milk is a good thing to get happy on, but too much putting in milk, even, will worry a man. The most happy individual I ever knew had no undergarment, and he probably would have remained happy, until his back had wore out, if the female Billingsville Sewing Society had not furnished him a cotton seclusion for his body, and got him riled up, because the collar to the seclusion wa'n't starched stiff enough. It is a very dangerous piece of business to interfere with any man's private plans, for his own particular happiness, or particular misery, upon the same principle, that it is a very dangerous enterprise to pull a thorn out of a mule's hind leg, and dodge the kick. All human happiness is conservative. 2/3 of the pleasure in sliding downhill consists in drawing the sled back. I don't suppose there would be any fun in sliding down a hill 34 miles long. A very large share of our happiness is derived from anticipation. I can recollect now of having tremendous fun, years ago, in the western wilderness, hunting bees, and also have a lively reminiscence of getting awfully stung, when I found the bees. Upon the whole, after weighing the matter calmly, I have come to the sanguine conclusion that the height of human happiness in this life consists in being unhappy, and not know it. 57. Philosophy of the Billings Family. As sought down by Josh. I pray you, never seem to want anything. If you have not got even a wheelbarrow, talk with great ease about a horse and carriage. If you are caught with a rent in your coat, be much surprised at first as he who discovers it. A rent is but the episode of a moment, but do not be mortified, even if he is curious. If questioned about your ancestors, remember that the further back you go, the more safely you may lay your claims. You had just many relations in Noah's Ark, anybody can show. Eat pudden and milk simply because it is healthy. Hire a back seat in the church, so to be the first out, in case of fire. Your wife and children never look so well to you, in a shillin' a yard. If spoken of for office, take notice of this or that growing evil, suggest no plan, wear a careful plaster over your mouth, and talk about the capacity and integrity of your opponent. If beaten, praise the right of suffrage, publicly, but damn the whole plan, privately, as much as you are a mind to. If you would borrow a sum of money, ask for it as you would for a yesterday's newspaper. If invited to dinner, hesitate, but yield upon reflection, remarking that your own table is provided with oysters, and needs no carver. Make many friends as you can, never, but as a last resort, use one. Always sing, for thus you may get the envy of the world, while your tears would seek in vain for their pity. Live in the world as one of its most familiar people, but really have but little to do with it. Never argue, and never be convinced. But chiefly, never want in anything, for thus you give tongue to your poverty. Many a man has died rich, and been called wise by simply holding his tongue. When you are asked to admirate an equipage, do it warmly, but suggest that you never indulge in horses, on account of their liability to glanders. If you are poor, ask Alexander to stand out over your sunshine. If you are rich, ask him to stand in it. Do not envy anything on earth, not even a man's virtues, for them you can get well he. Talk familiarly of wealth, deceive everyone but yourself. Never show the world much over your heart, keep that for him who made it, and knows its impulses. N.B. This philosophy has made the Billings family what they am. 58. Americans. Americans love caustic things. They would prefer turpentine to column water, if they had to drink either. So with their relish of humor, they must have it on the half-shell with cayenne. An Englishman wants his fun smothered deep in mint sauce, and he is willing to wait till next day before he tastes it. If you tickle or convince an American, you have got to do it quick. An American loves to laugh, but he don't love to make a business of it. He works, eats, and haw-haws on a canter. I guess the English have more wit, and the Americans more humor. We haven't had time, yet, to boil down our humor and get the wit out of it. The English are better punsters, but I consider punning a sort of literary prostitution in which future happiness is swapped off for the pleasure of the moment. There is one thing I have noticed: everybody that writes expects to be wise or witty, so does everybody expect to be saved when they die. But there is good reason to believe that the goats hereafter will be in the majority, just as the sheep are here. Don't forget one thing: you have got to be wise before you can be witty. And don't forget two things: a single paragraph has made some men immortal, while a volume has been worse than a pile driver to others. But what would Americans do if it weren't for their sensations? Something new, something startling is necessary for us Asia people, and it don't make much matter what it is: a huge defalcation, a red elephant, or Jersey clams with pearls in them will answer if nothing better offers. Englishmen all laugh at us for our sensations, and some of them fret about it, and spread their feathers in distress for us. A fond and foolish old hen, who has hatched out a setting of duck's eggs, will stand on the banks of a mill pond, wringing her hands in agony to see her brood pitch in and take a sail. She can't understand it, but the ducks know all about it. N.B. You can bet $50 the ducks know all about it. N.B. You can bet $50 more that it makes no difference who hatches out an American, the first thing he will do is to pitch into something. N.B. No more bets at present. Licks. Josh cleans out his pigeonhole of correspondence. Iowa. Don't press the matter too much. The only way to heal a gal of the wants is to get her wanted, and then stampede things briskly. Sharply. The best cure I know of for tight boots is small feet. Wisconsin. You asked me how far the Hudson River runs up. I hasten to state that the Hudson River don't run up at all. Jerry. You are sound on this especial goose when you say that you have discovered poker to be an uncertain game. But Jerry, let me tell you how to reduce it to a certainty. 5 aces will always beat 4 aces and a king. It will do it in any kind of a game. Albany. I can't tell you what the usual life insurance rate is. Perhaps Andy Johnson, Kansas, tell you. He has been lately reinsured, his policy having about run out. Ezra. Nobody but a fool would try to hold a bull by the tail. And yet, Ezra, me dear unknown friend, how many of us take just as foolish a holt on everything? Mike. It ain't necessary that a prayer, to be good, should be very long or very loud. I have used one like this for the last 4 years, and it suits me. Oh Lord! Visit me heart first, me head next, and me pocketbook last. Mason. Man wants but little here below. May have been true when it was first written, but ever since the war he wants AUL he can lay his claws on. Byron. I read your poem carefully. It won't answer. It is too much longer than it is wide. Poetry is a good deal like a clothesline, very apt to spread lengthways if at all. Most everybody, sometime during their lives, has the poetry ailment, just as they have the teeth cut, but one teeth cutting satisfies everybody but the fools. Dunkirk. You tell me that you have concluded to lead an Arcadian life. The Arcadians are a clever set of fellers in the lump. I lived with them 7 years onst in me life, but they got into the habit of dipping their bread into the pork grease, to save butter, and then I quit the Arcadians. Abigail. Bonnets continue to be worn yet. The present style is about the size of a cold buckwheat cake. Feathers are not so much worn this spring, on account of the great supply of bob-tailed roosters in the country. Lizzie. The gentleman you inquire about is a bachelor in full communion by profession. His habits for honesta is good. He pays cash for his whiskey and billiards. Farmer. I can't tell you how much oats it is best to plant on an acre, but I think, at a rough guess, 15 or 20 bushels would be a great plenty. I never had but 7 years' chance at farming, but if me memory serves me right, and I never caught her in a lie, rye must be a good crop to raise, for old rye sells now quick for $6 or $7 a gallon. Pelham. No notice will be took, from this date hereafterwards, ov letters that hain't got a postage stamp onto them. Don't write only on one side ov the manuscript, and don't write much onto that. Don't send a manuscript, unless you can read it yourself, after it gets dry. We pay, AUL the way uphill, from 10 cents to $1 for contributions, according to heft. AUL settlements made promptly at the end of the next ensuing year. Poetry and prose pieces respectively solicited. The highest market price paid for awful railroad smashes, and elopements with another man's wife. No swearing allowed in our paper. Your article on frogs is received. It made me laugh like lightning. LX. Josh chaws his cud. Earthly glory is some like potatoes on very rich sile, top plenty, tater skays. It ain't so much trouble to get rich, as it is to tell when we have got rich. The most bitter sarcasm sleeps in silent words. It is uncommon hard to annihilate a man with words, although it is often undertook. Hope is everybody's handmaid. She is a sleek coquette and promises many favors, but grants only a few, and them are badly discounted. If you want to get at the circumference of a man, examine him among men, but if you want to get at his actual diameter, measure him at his fireside. There is nothing so difficult to hide as our phallus. There seems to be 4 styles of mind. First, them who know it is so. 2D, them who know it ain't so. 3D, them who split the difference, and guess at it. Fourth, them who don't care a darn which way it is. There is but few men who have character enough to lead a life of idleness. True love is spelled just the same in Choctaw as it is in English. Those who retire from the world on account of its sin and peskiness must not forget that they have got to keep company with a person who wants just as much watching as anybody else. Beauty that don't make a woman vain makes her very bootiful. A puppy plays with every pup he meets, but old dorgs have but few associates. He who buys what he can't want will ere long want what he can't buy. It costs a good deal to be wise, but it don't cost anything to be happy. Necessity begot invention, invention begot convenience, convenience begot pleasure, pleasure begot luxury, luxury begot riot and disease, between them, begot poverty, and poverty begot necessity again. This is the revolution of man, and is about AUL he can brag on. Power either makes a man a tyrant, or a tool. There is no such thing as flattery. If commendation is deserved, it is no flattery, but truth, and if commendation is undeserved, it is not flattery, but slander. Man was created a little lower than the angels, and it is lucky for the said angels that he was. The luxury of grief. This, I take it, means to have your old uncle die, and leave you $9,000, and you cry. Love lies bleeding. This is probably one of the bloodiest lies that ever was told. LXI. Monographs. The neat person. Neatness, in my opinion, is one of the virtues. I have always considered it twin sister to chastity. But while I almost worship neatness in folks, I have seen them who did understand the business so well as to actually make it fearful to behold. I have seen neatness that once satisfied in being a common-sized virtue, but had become an ungovernable pawn, enslaving its possessor, and making everybody uneasy who come in contact with it. When a person finds it necessary to scour the nail-heads in the cellar stairs every day, and scrub off the duck's feet in hot water, it is then that neatness has become the tyrant of its victim. I have seen individuals who wouldn't let a tired fly light on the wallpaper of their spare room any quicker than they would let a dog mix up the bread for them, and who would hunt a single cockroach upstairs and down until his legs were wore off clear up to his stomach but what they would have him. I can't blame them for being a little lively with the cockroach, for I don't like cockroaches myself, especially in the soup. There is no persons in the world who work so hard and so eternally as the victims of the ecstatic neatness. But they don't seem to do much after all, for they don't get a thing fairly clean to their mind before the other end of it gets dirty, and they fall to scrubbing it all over again. If you should shut one of these people up in a hogshead, they would keep busy scouring all the time, and would clean a hole right through the side of the hogshed in less than 3 months. They will keep a whole house dirty the year round cleaning it, and the only peace the family can have is when mother is either boiling soap or making dip candles. They rise before daylight, so easy to begin scrubbing early, and go to bed before dark for fear things will begin to get dirty. These kind of excessive neat folks are not always very literary, but they know soft water from hard by looking at it, and they can tell what kind of soap will fetch off the dirt best. They are some like a kitchen garden, very regularly laid out, but not planted yet. If me wife was one of these kind of neatnesses, I would love her more than ever, for I do love all the different kinds of neatness. But I think we would keep house by traveling round all the time, and not stay but one night in a place, and I don't think she would undertake to scrub up the whole of the United States of America. The fat man. There is only 3 things that belong to other folks that I ever envy, and them is virtue, flesh, and understanding. I suppose it is possible for a man to manufacture his own virtue, and improve his stock of understanding, but he can't cover his long, lean body of bones with a soft and pulpy cushion of flesh that is fun to set down on. I never come across a fat man neatly dressed, with his slick and shining face cut generously out of warm meat, and gashed with a pair of smaking lips, smooth and gently red the doorway to a seashell, and garnished with a great pair of juicy eyes, that are forever slopping over with good nature, but what I wanted to call him uncle, and kiss him for me aunt. And then their embonpoint, I believe you call it, so outspoken, so full of good things, is equal to a dinner, for a lean devil, like me, to look at even. I can't tell what makes one man so fat, and the next one so like an empty stocking, or a mannequin in a narrow bolster, unless it is that the fat souls are like a mountain spring, fed from within, until they can't hold no more, and then run over the brim, to make others happy. Did ye ever know a fat man to commit suicide? I guess you never did. They love gravy too well for that. Shakespeare loved old Jack Falstaff more than any picture he ever drew, and though he filled him up to the edge with deviltry, and stale heroism, and much sack, and but little bread, he made him fat, and everybody would be very sorry now to have this good-natured hillock of flesh grated down out of their memory. When Shakespeare wanted some pison, he sought out, you remember, a lean apothecary, who kept a grocery of beggarly boxes. Did you ever hear of a fat man being hung? I guess not. They sometimes destroy plum pudding and bilebox, but they never murder anything that ain't good to eat. That must have been a fat Frenchman who exclaimed, upon his first visit to this country, "By gar! What a people! 10 to sand different religions, and only one gravy!" In conclusion, I never knew but one fat schoolmaster, and he wa'n't good for anything, only to slide downhill with the boys. This satisfies me that fat is only another name for virtue. 62. Josh talks. Paul, you ask me what I think of the gift distributing busyness, and I don't hesitate to say that it has all the premonitory symptoms of a deadbeat. I have always found that when any man offers to give me $10 for 50 cents, he lies. I may think he means to do it, but he don't think so. But I may possibly come within $2.50 of at once, and if I do, I have done well, a great deal better than I will the next time. I never put any money into these swindles, and would as soon undertake to raise a good-sized greenback by planting a shinplaster back of the hog pen. If you get desperate, and feel easy though you must gamble, or die, go 25 cents, odd or even, on the number of hairs in a cat's back, and count them. This will cool you off. Peter, I can't sympathize with you, for I never was in love myself, and don't know what is best to grease it with. Put a plaster on your back, and see if that won't help you. If you don't get any better, wash in kerosene oil, and eat some green persimmons. If that don't make you feel any more easier, get seasick, and lift up things. This will cure 9 times out of 10. If you find you don't get any better, take another dose of seasickness. If you keep a getting finally more wuss, you have got the real old yeller love, and no mistake. There is only one cure for this kind, and that is the owl of wedlock. But this is very powerful, and wants to be took with great caution. I have known one dose of it to give a man fits for life. Brahmaputra. Speaking of hens leads me to remark, in the first place, that hens, thus far, are a success. They are domestic, and occasionally are tough. This is owing to their not being biled often enough in their younger days, but the hen ain't to blame for this. Biled hen is universally respected. There is a great deal of originality to the hen, exactly how much I can't tell, historians fight so much about it. Some say Noah had hens with him in the ark, and some say he didn't. So it goes which and t'other. I can't tell you which was born first, the hen or the egg. Sometimes I think the egg was, and sometimes I think the hen was, and sometimes I think I don't know, and I can't tell now, which way is right, for the life of me. Laying eggs is the hen's best grip. A hen that can't lay eggs is laid out. One egg is considered a fair day's work for a hen. I have heard of their doing better, but I don't want a hen of mine to do it. It is apt to hurt their constitution and bylaws, and thus impair their future worth. The poet says beautifully, "Somebody has stole our old blue hen. I wish they'd let her be. She used to lay 2 eggs a day, and Sundays she'd lay 3. This sounds true enough for poetry, but I will bet $75,000 that it never took place. This bet stands open till the 17th day of November next, at 12:30 o'clock. Student. Rats originally come from Norway, and I wish they had originally stayed there. They are about as uncalled for as a pain in the small of the back. They can be domesticated dreadful easy, that is, as far as getting in cupboards, and eating cheese, and gnawing pie, is concerned. The best way to domesticate them that ever I saw, is to surround them gently, with a steel trap. You can reason with them then to great advantage. Rats are migratorious, they migrate wherever they have a mind to. Pison is also good for rats, it softens their whole moral natures. Cats hate rats, and rats hate cats, and who don't? I suppose there is between 50 and 60 millions of rats in America. I quote now entirely from memory, and I don't suppose there is a single necessary rat in the whole lot. This shows at a glance how many waste rats there is. Rats enhance in numbers, faster than shoe pegs do by machinery. One pair of healthy rats is all that any man wants to start the rat business with, and in 90 days, without any outlay, he will begin to have rats to turn off. Rats viewed from any platform you can build are unspeakably cussed, and I would be willing to make any man who would destroy all the rats in the United States a valuable keepsake, say for instance either the life and sufferings of Andy Johnson, in 1 volume calf bound, or a receipt to cure the blind staggers. 63. Gimblets. When a man loses his health, then he first begins to take good care on it. This is good judgment. This is. Most people decline to learn only by their own experience. I guess they are more than one half right, for I don't suppose a man can get a perfect day on molasses candy by letting another feller taste it for him. It is a getting so nowadays if a man can't cheat in some way he ain't happy. Success in life is very apt to make us forget the time when we wasn't much. It is just so with the frog on the jump. He can't remember when he was a tadpole, but other folks can. An individual, to be a fine gentleman, has either got to be born so or be brought up so from infancy. He can't learn it sudden any more than he can learn how to torque engine correctly by practicing on a tomahawk. I wonder if there ever was an old maid who ever heard on a match that she thought was suitable. If a man wants to get at his actual dimensions, let him visit a graveyard. I suppose Adam is the only man who ever lived and wa'n't never spanked. I have often set down square on the ice, by having me feet get out of plays, but I never could see anything in it to laugh at, especially if there was some water on the top of the ice, but I not as other folks can. Precepts are like cold buckwheat slapjacks, nobody feels like being sassy to them, nor nobody wants to adopt them. If any man wants to be an old bachelor, and gets sick at a boarding tavern, and have a back room in the 4th story, and have a red-haired chambermaid bring his water gruel to him in a tin wash basin, I have always said, and I stick to it yet, he has got a perfect right to do it. It is dreadful easy work to repent of other folks' sins, but not very profitable. 64. More correspondence. Long Branch, August 24th. Long Branch. Dear Weekly, I seize the opportunity. Opportunities are like pullets' eggs, they are small, and don't come only one at a time, to tell you by letter how much I am infatuated with Long Branch. Dear Weekly, I arrived here 2 weeks ago, just in time to see the Atlantic Ocean, which is now on exhibition and doing a swelling busyness, 2 full houses. The first thing I did after my arrival was to go in, and I was astonished to find the water so high seasoned. I asked an intelligent native who stood on the bank, with both of his hands in his pantaloon pockets, the cause of this saltuous phenomenon, and he informed me. He didn't care. I think the cuss lied. It is perfectly heartrending, and fills one of me mellow nature with tumults of genuine sorrow, to see the gross amount of young females here on track of husbands and prospective fathers. I counted 16 yesterday in one pile. They all drew in their breaths as I passed by them with downcast eyes. I felt sorry all the way through for them, but couldn't give them any relief, for I am thoroughly married, and intend to keep so. Shoddy and Petroleum are both here, az full of wind, az a bellows, and attract az much attention, az a patent churn, warranted to make good sweet butter from skim milk in 10 minutes. But they say they shan't remain long, because it smells so much like old brine. Yesterday I went out a-crabbing, and caught a cartload of them, several of them with my hands. Crabs bite with their feet, and hang on like a country cousin. Crabs are used for diet, but there ain't much more meat in them than there is in a horseshoe, and it is about az difficult to arrive at. They also have the muscato here, a musical bug, in great profusion. They travel around loose, and seem to know everybody. The bathing here is perfectly plenty, and the bathers resemble mermaids, half men and half women, and when they emerge from the Atlantic Ocean you can't tell which is who, unless you ask them. After bathing you feel a kind of disconsolate feeling, for which I was advised, by the resident physician, to wet myself inside with some whiskey. I took one small wash, about a tumbler full, and immediately never felt so much like lifting things in all me life. I thought I could lift 1.5 acres of their light sandy land, and actually tried to do it, but after the whiskey let go its grip over me I felt as though I could perso an angleworm into her hole, and hadn't strength enough left to take a photograph of me. If ever I drink any more Jersey whiskey, it will be after I am dead and gone. There is only one church here, and it can hold so few that nobody don't go, out of politeness. There is 21 hotels, and they are principally built inside out, to give the boarders az much salt wind az possible. The lodging rooms are about the size of a hencoop. Each one has a door to them, 2 cracked wash bowls, and a wet towel. Dinner is paraded at 2 o'clock, and opens with soup, and shuts up with huckleberries. Huckleberries are the ruling pahan in New Jersey. The servants are designed to be black, but many of them have resided so long among the whites that they begin to adopt our color. Yesterday the big snake, which annually makes his appearance here, and at Newport, and belongs to the landlords of the different taverns, was distinctly visible to the naked eye. As we stood gazing at the black crook, a very well-dressed man told me he hadn't any doubt that this was the primary old serpent that snaked Eve out of paradise a few years ago. I was so much pleased with the moral power of the day, that I immediately offered him $6 for it, but he said he was engaged exclusively to write 1 year for the Ledger, and couldn't spare it. He also said he had made snakes a study for 14 years, and gave us a long shun about the different kind of snake, including the copper snake, and did it in such a kind of a way that led me to believe he was one of your cussed brunette Republicans. There was one feller, who wore glasses and looked with his mouth, said the entire snake was an optic illusion, caused by the rays of the ocean upon the phylacteric globules of the saline fluids. The feller had a very perpendicular forehead, and wore his hair a great deal behind, and looked to me as though he had been getting himself in condition to travail in the Holy Land. One delicate little cherub of a female, not an hour over 35 years, screamed tenderly, and begun to feel for a snake. One pensive creature murmured, "How bewitching!" and another said, "How ecstatic!" But one coarse individual spilt the whole effect of the thing by bawling out, loud enough for the snake to hear, What a lava snake! But the snake took no notice of the remark, and soon scurried himself out of sight. Adieu. LXV. Some natural history. The alligator is not a native of New England. He is too useless a critter to be born there. He belongs down south, and resides in the same swamp that the copperhead does. He lives upon raw pig, and don't hesitate to take them whole, if there don't happen to be a smaller one handy. He is also fond of a little negro, once in a while, by way of a fresh. They are amphibicous, and several other kinds of cuss too plenty to mention. What on earth they are good for, I don't seem to know, unless it is to watch for pigs. Their hides can be tanned into leather, but they are azy hard to skin azy a beech tree is, and the leather, when tanned, is just about as limber azy a cooking stove. But one pair of boots, made out of alligator, will last azy long azy a man's name does. The only way to wear them out is to heave them away. Alligator meat is not luscious. If you ask for it at the first-class hotels, they will always tell you that they are just out. It tastes azy I should think the beef of a mule would, who had been worked 40 years in a brickyard, and then been struck with lightning, to get rid of him. When an alligator's mouth is wide open, his head is just about in the center of his body. But they have one virtue I came very near forgetting: they make a very still noise, although they have more jaw than any other critter I know of. These are some of the heaviest facts I have been able to gather about the alligator. The alligator seems to be a second edition of the crocodile, made out of what was left. I think the crocodile usually lays eggs when they want some more crocodiles, but I don't know whether I think the alligator does or don't. But if they do, and I ever find the nest, and the old feller ain't on the nest, I shouldn't hesitate to hatch out the eggs myself, with a club. This is all I know at present about the alligator. The wren is the smallest thing surrounded with feathers, except the hummingbird. He is about the size of a horse chestnut. He is of a dark brown color, and builds his nest in knot holes, out of little bits of sticks. He is azy gritty azy a mud pie, and will fight a hen turkey. Wrens are little pirates. I have seen them drive a blue bird out of his house, and set up busyness on his stock in trade. They lay an egg about the size of a marrow-fat pea, and hatch out at least a half-dozen children at a setting. A young wren is the funniest little package I ever see done up. They ain't much bigger, and look very much like a small-sized semicolon. Wrens are long-lived, but if they should live to be azy old azy Methuselah, they wouldn't be azy big azy a butternut. They live on the bug and worm family, and spend their winters south. They are not profitable to eat. I would azy soon dress a bumblebee, and one wren pot pie would use up the whole breed. The crow. Next to the monkey, the crow has the most deviltry to spare. They are born very wild, but can be tamed azy the goat can, but a tame crow is actually worse than a sore thumb. If there is anything about the house that they can't get into, it is because the thing ain't big enough. I had rather watch a district school than one tame crow. Crows live on what they can steal, and they will steal anything that ain't tied down. They are fond of meat victuals, and are the first to hold an inquest over a departed horse, or a still sheep. They are a fine bird to hunt, but a hard one to kill. They can see you 2 miles first, and will smell a gun right through the side of a mountain. They are not songsters, although they have a good voice to cultivate, but what they do sing, they seem to understand thoroughly. Long practice has made them perfect. The crow is a tough bird, and can stand the heat like a blacksmith, and the cold like a stone wall. They build their nest among a tree, and lay twice, and both eggs would hatch out. If they was laid in a snowbank, there ain't no such thing as stopping a young crow. Crows are very lengthy. I believe they live always. I never knew one to die a natural death, and don't believe they know how. They are always thin in flesh, and are like an Injun rubber shoe, poor inside and out. They are not considered fine eating, although I have read somewhere of boiled crow, but still I never heard of the same man hankering for some boiled crow 2 times. This essay on the crow is copied from Nature, and if it is true, I ain't to blame for it. Nature made the crow, I didn't. If I had, I would have made her more honest and not quite so tough. The bumblebee is one of Nature's secrets. They probably have a destiny to fill, and are probably necessary, if a fellow only knew how. They live apart from the rest of mankind, in little circles numbering about 75 or 80 souls. They are born about haying time, and are different from any bug I know of. They are the biggest when they are first born. They resemble some men in this respect. Their principal busyness is making poor honey, but they don't make any to sell. Boys sometimes rob them out of a whole summer's work, but there is one thing about a bumblebee that boys always watch dreadful close, and that is their helm. I had rather not have all the bumblebee honey that is between here and the city of Jerusalem, than to have a bumblebee hit me with his helm when he comes round sudden. They are different from other war vessels. The helm always minds the bumblebee. 66. Slivers of thought. The heart of a true friend is like a mirror. If you look into it, you see yourself there. Wisdom that don't make us happier ain't worth plowing for. I am dreadful fond of melody, and a banjo, with a negro hung to it, will knock more sense out of me, in one night, than I can get back in 3 weeks. It is a good plan to know many people, but to let only a few know you. I have no more respect for those who only cater to me imagination, than I have for the man who first invented ginger pop. I never knew a man of much wisdom who could sing a song well or play on a fiddle. I don't care how much a man talks, if he will only say it in a few words. Rewards deferred make us miserable. It is just so with punishments. When I was a boy, I had rather be licked twice than to be postponed once. There is one thing certain: reason is more than master of the passions. If this is probably so, the man must be a fool who ain't boss of himself. I think it reduces the stomachache to holler, so I think it lessens all kinds of anguish, just as it does sin, by owning it. We are all willing to pay more for being amused than instructed. How many folks do you suppose there is in this world who are satisfied with things as far as they have got? Not more than 6, I'll bet. This looks rather dusty for the rest of the trip. There ain't no general rule for happiness. A man has to be measured for his happiness, just as he does for his boots, and even then he don't always get a good fit. Joy will make a man change ends quicker than sorrow. If a young man can't find anything else that he is fit for, I like to see him carry a gold-headed cane. The top rounds of a ladder are always the most dangerous. I believe in the final salvation of men, but I want the privilege of picking the men. There is just this difference between a success and a failure, 1/4 of an inch. It is a great deal easier to beat nature than it is to equal her, so it is easier to boil an egg too much than just enough. 67. The buzzers. All the insects or even animals, who occupy 2 legs and breathe the same kind of air, and drink the same kind of water that other folks do, there is not a more distressingly busy and uncomfortably obnoxious one than your whisperer. I mean now those men or those women whose position in the world gives them the title to be listened to, and even believed, who spend their lives like a bumblebee on the wing, from flower to flower, and from thistle to thistle, buzzing and whispering. These kind of bumblebees deal only in secrets of the most delicate or dreadful kind, which they entrust to you with all the importance and amiable reserve that distinguishes the intimate friend. There is nothing in the world that would give them more pain or confusion, if you can believe them, than to have their buzzes repeated, and yet, in truth, nothing would give them more mortification if they were not. They sow their seed as the husbandman does his, expecting it to sprout, and rejoice as he does in a good crop. I know not from what ambition this buzzing springs, unless it is the vanity of knowledge, or the scarcity of news. But one thing is certain, that no more inveterate workers can be found. They are emphatically the early birds who find the worm. They are the busy bees of thrift, and they are your provident pismires who always have corn in their cells against the calamity of a wet day. Every city has 1,000 of them, every village a score, and every neighborhood its Aunt Dorothy, or its Uncle Darby, who whisper and buzz from Christmas to Christmas again. These insects know every marriage that is on the ways, and just when it is to be launched, they know all the slips and the slipshots within a circle of 20 leagues or more. They guess at outrages and divine bankruptcies. They hear of elopements in the breath of the morning, and see the spectral shadow of a domestic brawl stealing on tiptoes amid the grey of the evening. They know the crimes of everybody's grandfather, and remember. Just like a book, the time when the wife of Esquire Baker was no better than she should be. I don't know as there is truth enough in the world just now to do the business with. If there ain't, the buzzards may be in a measure necessary as a circulating medium. But if this is really so, they stand in the same relation to an honest circulation that other counterfeit money does. I have searched the musty annals of primogeniture, and have dove down deep into the labyrinths of succession, to trace the literal descent of these slander-breeding and birth-giving scorpions, and found that about 4,000 years ago, envy begot malice, malice begot revenge, and revenge had twins. One was a common thief and the other was a buzzer. Nature seems, in the production of buzzers, to have transgressed one of her most amiable laws. I mean, the great parsimony she generally shows in inflicting humanity with venomous reptiles. Stealing is more ancient and more honorable than malicious buzzing, but it ain't quite so safe. The goods are often found on the thief, and this leads to his detection, while the buzzer is more like the incendiary, who applies the match and makes good his escape before the flames begin to spread. If these pests of humanity were not worse in their malice than a poisoned snake without rattles, or meaner in their mischief than the robber of birds' nests, I would try and hunt up an apology for them, or at least, would attribute to an eager curiosity, or the vanity of being thought a kind of sub-treasury of other folks' confidence, what is quite too often too gross to be set down only in the calendar of crimes. Goodbye buzzers, of high and low degree, you that buzz in petticoats, and you that buzz in breeches. I have but one opinion of you, and that is, a dreadful mean one. 68. Monographs. The passionate man. Pride, without doubt, is the old man of anger. The passionate man is like a hornet's nest, always ready for a fight. These kind of men live, if they are possessed of virtues, the most degrading kind of life. Their fury is followed by the humiliation of repentance. Pride forces them to the indignity of an apology, and the apology is but the smoldering ashes of another fit of frenzy. If men only flew into a pahan at great things, there would be some pleasure in forgiving them. If it took an earthquake or an elephant to stir them up, we could pity them. But to see them convulsed with rage because they stub their toe, or because their name happens to be spelled wrong in the morning paper, sinks them down to the level of a cat, whose dignity and decency is all gone if anybody happens to step on their continuation. But I don't want it told around the country that I am hollering hallelujah for a living on them kind men who can't get mad at all. I don't believe the Lord ever intended, if a mule kicks me on one side, that I am to turn the other fresh side to the mule. I say, let a hornet light onto you if he wants to, and let him set there, and chaw his cut in peace. But if he stings you, while he is setting on you, I say, kill the cuss. The zealous man? The zealous man is always treeing to bile, that is, if he has got any steam on at all. His pot never simmers, it generally biles over, and puts out the fire. He is either all bile, or not even lukewarm. Zeal often makes a man more ridiculous than folly does. In fact, zeal and folly were twins, only zeal was born a little first. He couldn't wait, of course, till his time come. Zeal in religion is the way that bigots are made, and zeal in selling the most dry goods is the way that good liars are made. I believe in zeal, but when it tries to beat Dexter's time, then I think it wants watching as much as a mule's hind leg does. Zeal that trots square, and goes a measured mile in about 3 minutes without a skip, is me kind. I am willing to bet me suspender buttons, and they are the last things I want to lose, on this kind of zeal. After all, zeal is a good deal like lead. When it is boiling hot, you can run it into any kind of shape you want to, but when it is cold, it is as heavy as anything I know of. I want me zeal just as I do me beefsteak, nicely done through. The good-natured man. Good nature is not an accomplishment, that is, it is not one of them kind of collaterals that can be manufactured. It is one of the virtues which a man gets, just as he does his nose, by having it born with him. It is really worth more to the world to have a good-natured man born into it, and go into the good-natured business, than to have a poke born, and go into the pokery business. Good nature is what every man can understand, but there is a good deal of pokery that nobody can understand, and if they did, they wouldn't be any the wiser for it. Good-natured men work up into fathers, husbands, and brothers, first-rate, and without any waste. They make good fellow citizens, and everybody feels as if they had some stock in them. Little children love them, and the girls ain't afraid to be kissed by them. They are as safe and as pleasant as root beer. The good-natured man ain't always a statesman, nor ain't always just a man for secretary of the treasury, but to grease the griddle of everyday life, to soften the furious, to raise the despondent, and to endorse 60-day paper, he weighs at least a ton. I had rather be a good-natured man than to have a seat in the New York legislature. There may not be as much money in it, but there is twice the means of grace. 69. Philosophy on the half-shell. I have finally come to the conclusion that there ain't truth enough in the world, just now, to do the busyness with, and if some kind of compromise can't be had, the devil might as well step in, and run the concern at onst. I always advise short sermons, especially on a hot Sunday. If a minister can't strike out in boring 40 minutes, he has either got a poor gimlet, or else he is a boring in the wrong plays. Don't tell the world your sorrows, any more than you would tell them your shame. Philosophers are like graveyards. They take all things just as they come, and give them a decent burial and a suitable epitaph. Anybody can tell where lightning struck last, but it takes a smart man to find out where it is going to strike next time. This is one of the differences between learning and wisdom. Sailors heave the lead for the purpose of finding the bottom, not for the purpose of going there. It is some so with advice. Men should ask for it, not so much for the purpose of following it, as for the purpose of strengthening their own plans. I have got a first-rate recollection, but no memory. I can recollect distinctly of losing a $10 bill once, but can't remember where, to save me life. There is men of so much learning and impudence, they wouldn't hesitate to criticize the song of a bird. Hogs have an excellent ear for music, but it takes a dog to pitch the tune. I have seen men as full of indecision as an old barn, always ready, but didn't know exactly which way to pitch. There is some folks whose thoughts can't be controlled. They are like twins, they can't be had, nor they can't be stopped. Most anybody can write pure sense, but there ain't but few that can write good nonsense, and it always takes an educated man to appreciate it after it is writ. 70. Josh epistolates. Neptune. I can't answer your questions satisfactorily to myself, but perhaps me answers may suit you. I can't tell you what wit and humor is. It may be the bringing together two ideas, apparently unlike, and have them prove to be a close match. There wouldn't be any wit in striking fire with a flint, but there might be in striking fire with a piece of india rubber. I don't suppose there would be any great quantity of wit in your telling somebody that your gal was as handsome as a rose, but there might possibly be some wit into it if you should go on and say that she was as frail, and as thorny, too. Humor, as compared with wit, seems to be what the old-fashioned folks in Connecticut used to call heat lightning, not the original article that gashes the heavens with a flaming sword, and makes a fellow's hair get up on end and ache with astonishment. Humor don't dazzle, don't knock a man down with a sparkle. It is more a soothing syrup, something to tickle, without any danger of throwing the patient into fits. There seems to be more than one kind of wit. Punning is called wit, but punning always looked to me like trying to make words pass for ideas. There is without doubt some wit in puns, but it is something like sticking a pin into a man, just for fun, and then ask him to join in the joke. There is some more kinds of wit, but I find I ain't roomy enough in the skull to talk much about them. Wit and humor both are similar to kissing. There is a peculiar kind of bewitchment in all three of them, that everybody can acknowledge better than they can picture out. Almost everybody hankers to be witty, and most folks think they am, but genuine wit is like piety. There ain't much of it in the market, and those who think they have the least of it are quite apt to have the most. Philo. I am chock full of favorable sentiments towards dancing. I like most all kinds, from a genteel and modest Saratoga prance to the limber and loose-built Alabama breakdown. There is no other way to get the booby out of a boy, and keep him from stepping onto himself, than to learn him how to dance. This kind of leg manual is useful for both sexes. Dancing is just as harmless as getting over a fence, and I think dancing masters should be encouraged, but still I hain't got any more respect for a full-grown man, who weighs over 100 pounds, who will give himself up to this profession, learning folks how to dance, than I have for the fellow who exhibits trained mice. The best apology that I can make to these dancing professors is to say that they are martyrs to the calling. But while I am loud in me sentiments for the theory of emotion, there is some of its collaterals that don't fasten onto my bosom with much ecstaticness, but rather with great clamminess. I don't know but all the kind of dances that are now raging are as free from guile as an oyster, but I have witnessed some among the top of the latter folks, I don't know the name of the dances, that I think ought to be confined to the married people, and each man with his own wife, and not too many bystanders at that. The amusements which I refer to are the Cluss communion style, a species of affectionate rotariousness, interspersed with palpitating pauses, and demiquaver wigglings, which, strike me, must be indulged in with great risk by those whose minds and hearts ain't thoroughly broke to go in AUL harness. I can't dance myself. I was away from home in me younger days, busy about something else, when I ought to have learnt, and the consequence is, that I can't even walk now without betraying me awkwardness. I am most certainly in favor of dancing, as a matter of body and limb education, but I hope the fastidious and immoderately polite won't introduce into the exercise of this most delightful and innocent amusement any more questionable figures and forms, and will see the propriety of banishing some now already indulged in, which are more a credit to their dexterity and prurient knowledge than to anything else. Plutarch. Bring up a child in the way he should go, and when he gets old, he won't depart from it. This is true, but it is tough to know how to do it. I have seen children brought up on hasty pudding and the catechism, half and half, but they didn't stick. Ministers' sons are proverbial eggs for badness. This may be owing to the fact that religious discipline ain't half so good to raise young ones on as good common sense is. When I speak of religious discipline, Plutarch, I don't mean piety, I only mean a certain kind of stiff-faced and buckram morality, made up out of creed and ironclad notions. As a general thing, ministers have as little to brag over and above their piety, as anybody I know of. As a class, they are better judges of chicken pie than they are of human nature. Their theories are too much like a treadmill, and there is nothing in the world will ruin a child any faster than to bring them up to by rule. Children want studying as much as the weather does during planting time, to know when and what to plant. One child may be as easy to raise as potatoes, and the next one as difficult as wild oats. I have raised two myself, and consider them a fair average, and the only string I fiddled on was their good sense, and the more sense a child has got the less fiddling is necessary. If a young one hain't got any sense, they won't pay for raising anyhow. If a child has got plenty of sense, they are apt to have pride, and a child that has got sense and pride is just as easy to raise as a hop vine. All you want to do is to stick up a decent pole for them, and then stand one side and look on, and Jerusalem! How the critters will climb. 71. Almanac for 1869. March. March begins on Saturday, and hangs on for 31 days. Saturday 1st. Some wind, look out for squalls, and pack peddlers. Money is tight, so are bricks. Ben Jonson had his boots tapped 1574, eggs $1 apiece, hens on a strike, mercury 45 degrees above zero, snow, mixed with wind. Sunday 2nd. Horace Greeley preaches in Grace Church. Text: The gentleman in black. Wind northwest, with symptoms of dust. Hen strike continues. The ringleaders are finally arrested and sent to pot. Eggs easier. Monday 3rd. Big wind, omnibus, with 17 passengers inside, blown over in Broadway. Sell lettuce, and sow on buttons. About these days look out for wind. Augustus Caesar signs the Temperance Pledge 1286. Strong symptoms of spring. Blue birds and organ grinders make their appearance. Sun sets in wind. Tuesday 4th. Augustus Caesar breaks the pledge 1286. Put not your trust in kings and princes. Much wind with rain. A whole lot of naughty children destroyed in Mercer Street by wind. Several gusts of wind. Buckwheat slapjacks invented 1745. Andy Johnson commits suicide. Great failure in Wall Street. The bulls fail to inflate Erie. Windy. Wednesday, 5th. A good day to set a hen. Much wind. He that spareth the child hatteth the rod. Wind raises awnings and hoops skirts. William Seward resigns in favor of Fernando Wood. Thad Stevens joins the Mormons. Thursday, 6th. Wind generally, accompanied with wind from the east. The Black Crook still rages. More wind. Whiskey hot still in favor of the cellar. So peas and pumpkin pies for Arlie Sass. Babes in the Woods born 1600. Wind threatens. Friday, 7th. Fred Douglass nominated for president by the Democrats. Black clouds in the west. Wind brewing. Great scare in Nassau Street. A man runs over a horse. Doctors Pug and Bug in immediate attendance. Horse not expected to live. Rain and snow and wind and mud, about equally mixed. Saturday, 8th. Horse more easier this morning. Mint juleps offered, but no takers. About these days expect wind. Wine from the northwest. A good day for windmills. 5:30 p.m. The following notice appears on all the bulletin boards. Dr. Pug thinks the horse, with the most skillful treatment at the hands of the attendant physicians, may possibly be rendered suitable for a clam wagon, and Dr. Bug corroborates Pug, provided the oleaginous diphthong that connects the parotioglisses with the nervacular episode is not displaced. If so, the most consummate skill of the profession will be requisite to restore a secondary unity. Later. The horse has been turned out to grass. P.M. Sunday, 9th. This is the Sabbath, a day that our fathers thought a good deal of. Much wind, in some of the churches, streets lively, busyness good, prize fight on the Palisades. Police reach the ground after the fight is over, and arrest the ropes and the ring. Wind southerly. A lager beer spring discovered just out of the limits of the city. Millions are flocking out to see it. Monday, 10th. A gale, milestones are torn up by the roots. Fight for $700 in the belt, at Red Bank, New Jersey, between two well-known roosters. Oysters fussed eaten on the half-shell 1342, by Don Bivalvo, an Irish duke. Sun sets in the west. Tuesday, 11th. Roosters still fighting. Indications of wind. Counterfeit tens in circulation on the Faro Bank. Look out for them. Milk only 15 cents a quart, thank the Lord. The good time has finally come. Don Quixote fights his first windmill, 1510, at short range, and got whipped the second round. Time 14 minutes. 9:30 p.m. Torchlight procession at Red Bank, in honor of the winning rooster. P.m. Wednesday, 12th. Some wind, with wet showers. Showers smell strong of dandelions and grass. Gold 1321716. Exchange on Brooklyn and Williamsburg, 1 cent, by the ferry boats. Thursday, 13th. Bad day for the almanac busyness. No news, no wind, no cards, no nothing. Friday, 14th. Wendell Phillips tears up the Constitution of the United States. Alas! Poor Yorick! Rain from above, strawberries, watermelons and peaches, getting skays, rain containers, accompanied with thunder and slight moisture, mercury above zero. Saturday, 15th. Great fraud discovered in the custom house, $3 missing, 50 subordinates suspended. A wet rain sets in, robins come, and immediately begin to inquire for some cherries. Sunday, 16th. Henry W. Beecher preaches in Brooklyn by particular request. Dandelions in market only 15 cents a head. Monday, 17th. Plant some beans. Plant them deep. If you don't, they will be sure to come up. Robinson Crusoe born 1515, all alone, on a destitute island. Warm rain mixed with wind. Woodchucks come out of their holes and begin to chuck a little. Tuesday, 18th. Look out for rain and you will be apt to see it. Wind south by southwest. Ice discovered in our rush ion purchase. Miners rushing that way. Geese are seen marching in single file, a sure indication of the cholera. Muscatos invented by George Tucker, ESQ, 1491. Patent applied for but refused, on the ground that they might bite somebody. Wednesday, 19th. A mare's nest discovered in Ontario County. A warm and slightly liquid rain. Thousands of people have visited the nest. Windy. The old mare is dreadful cross and kickful. Hens average an egg a day, besides several cackles. Thursday, 20th. Appearance of rain. Plant corn for early whiskey. Frogs hold their first concert. Old bullfrog musical director. Matinee every afternoon. Snakes are caught wriggling. An old trick of theirs. A warm and muggy night. You can hear the bullheads bark. United States buys the island of Great Britain. 72. Some natural history. The clam. The clam is a bulbous plant, and resides on the underside of the water. He is born as the birds are, but don't come out of his shell. He is deserted by his parents, at a young and tender age, but don't become clamorous on this account, but sits still, and keeps watch with his mouth, for something to come along. The clam. His temper is said to be cold and clammy, but he must have a relish for something, for his mouth waters all the time. He is the life of the company at a clam bake, and sometimes may be seen sunning a half bushel of himself, in front of a grocery, and quite often 13 of them, under the temporarious excitement of salt and pepperses, have been known to peel, and pitch into a man below the belt, and kick up a devil of a muss with him. The clam and the oyster are cousins, but the oyster has the best education of the two. Their habits are similar, but there is a great difference in the thickness of their skulls, and in the softness of their brains. The oyster would shine as a poet in the columns of the monthly ***********, while the clam might do the fish market report for the New York Daily ************. There is nothing more docile than the clam, and although they sometimes get into a stew, they are easy to lay your hand on, and catch, easy a stun, but they are like an Injun, not very talky. They have got an impediment in their noise. Their lips open with too much tightness, and their mouth is too full of tongue to be glib. There is much difference in the breed of clams, there is in the breed of Christians. Some are so tender, and some are so tough, some are good on the half shell, at a minute's notice, and some want much biling a hoss shoe, and then will stand a good deal of chawing besides. Clams were first discovered, the measles was, by being caught. How long a clam can live I don't believe they can tell themselves, probably 5,000 years, but a large share of this time is wasted. A clam's time ain't worth much, only to grow tough in. It is just so with some other folks I know of. The crab. Nature is fond of a joke. The crab. She must have felt full of fun when she made a soft-shell crab. The strongest emotion the crab has is to bite. They ain't afraid to bite a saw log or a black bear. They are born in the water, but they can live outdoors on the land as long as they can find anything to bite. They have several legs, which are located on the starboard side of their person. Crabs live under cover, like the mud turtles, but they move every first of May into a new one. They are said to be good eating, but you wouldn't think so to stand and look at them. It would bother a stranger to tell where to begin. It would be a good deal like trying to make a sudden dinner out of a cross-cut saw. They are boiled in a pot, about 3 bushels of them, until they stop biting, and then they are done, and are eaten by throwing away the body, and sucking the pith out of the limbs. It is a good deal like trying to get the meat out of a grasshopper's legs. It is considered a good day's work to get one dinner out of boiled crabs. I think perhaps a person might sustain life on them, but he would have to work night and day to do it, and keep a smart man boiling crabs all the time. Crabs bite with their feet, and hang on like a country cousin. 73. Monographs. The inquisitive man. There is no commerce which men and women indulge in that has so much pleasure in it, and at the same time is subject to such peculiarities and abuses as skin questions. I have seen people who could ask questions all day long, and not lose any flesh. These kind are like 2-inch augers, especially ordained. They don't seem to have any definite object in view, and therefore seldom get satisfied, but if they ever do get satisfied, they are then all ready to begin again. They are something like the festive musketeer, they can live on nothing, if it is necessary, but they don't like to be idle, and the best way to drive them off is to let them settle and get full. The inquisitive man don't seem to be actuated by malice or envy, he is only dry, and asking questions is the only thing that will whet his drouth. They most always live to a good old age, and often die rich and even virtuous, but never satisfied. You might aisy well undertake to blow up a shad net with wind, aisy to fill a genuine quidnunker with news. The lazy man? Self-preservation is the first law of nature, and laziness is the second. Laziness is a kind of moral dyspepsia, or a species of virtuous gout. It is just aisy natural for a man to be lazy, aisy it is to be born. I never knew a lazy man to really want anything. Wanting things is just what spiles a man for laziness. All kinds of labor requires an incentive. There ain't but now and then a man who is anxious to saw dry hickory wood twice and two all day long just for fun. Even boys have to be learned how to work, just aisy a dorg has to be learned how to churn butter, and I have known dorgs, after they had got well learnt, to hide under the barn churning days. If labor is a cuss, it strikes me that laziness must be a blessing. Bees are always quoted as patterns of the industry, but bees don't lay up any honey in those countries where the flowers bloom the year round. But I am not in favor of laziness, and don't recommend it, even if it is natural, any more than I would recommend murder, because the first man that was born into the world saw fit to kill the second one naturally. I have always looked upon a lazy man as a kind of natural pirate, who lives upon the oats of the others, and don't think he has any more right to live and be lazy than a snake has. In conclusion, laziness is like red hair, the only way to cure it is to die. I forgot to say that the laziest man I ever knew lived a little southeast of Dunkirk. He was too lazy to pay his honest debts, or even wipe his nose, and so he let them both run. The perfect man. It is hard work to be perfect, and yet there is many who reach perfection with first-rate skill. There seems to be two kinds of worldly perfection. One kind is very much like a squash. If it is good because it can't help it. I always envy this kind. They don't have any intestine fights with themselves. They are like an 8-day clock, don't want winding up but once a week. Their morality is like the Aeolian harp, even an east wind will play a pleasant tune upon it. The other kind of perfection belongs to those folks who know they are perfect. These kind of perfectionists travel on their muscle, and wouldn't be afraid to fight the devil for $200 a side. Whenever you find a man who is naturally perfect, you will find one who either never has been tempted, or who hain't got anything worth tempting. And whenever you find a man who says he is perfect, you find one who wants swatching much as a buzzsaw does. These two kinds of moral perfectionists are the only ones I know of in this world. We can all of us imagine, and even hanker, for something better than either of these, but perfection is not earthy, it roosts near the skies. The fault-finding man. Good Lord deliver us. Good Lord deliver us now this minute. From the fault-finding man. One of you wheezing cusses, I mean. These kind of human critters are always full of natural flesh. Everybody is wrong but they grab thistles. Where other folks gather figs if they enjoy anything they do it under a kind of protest, and if anybody else enjoys anything, they are ready to bet $10 they lie about it. I pity these poor fellers, more than I do a lost dog. Their happiness seems to be always drawn from the top of their misery. Rather than not be able to find any fault, they wouldn't hesitate to say to an angleworm that his tail was altogether too long for the rest of his body. They keep up a kind of running fight, all their lives, with everything they come across, but seldom ever win a battle. They are like a second-rate bull terrier, always a fighting and always a getting licked. 74. Josh does up his correspondence. Bushrod. I got your favor by this morning's mail, and taking off me cut, and ruling up me sleeves, and spitting on me hands, reply as follers. If you have got plenty of brains, and no money, New York City is a good place to come to, but if you have got plenty of money, and no brains, stay right where you are, and keep in the house most always. A rich fool in this city is soon smelt out, and then don't last any longer than a newspaper's breakfast. If you hain't got any money, nor any brains, steal a cow, the fust good chance you can get, and live quietly on the milk. Deacon, your question is too big. I can't tell which I think is the most preacher, Chapin or Beecher. They can, either of them, preach the gospel up a heavier grade than any men I know of in North America, including our Russian possessions. Some folks think that religion consists in preaching the gospel through your nose, and that piety is a kind of moral jandies, but I don't. I believe the Lord is not angry at a lively Christian, provided he is level, and does biz square, after dark. Some people are down on sensation preachers, but I ain't. Paul was a sensationer of the best brand, and I know of lots of places now, where a man could preach the gospel, with one hand on his revolver, and do a good business. The world is choked up with human beings, who have either got to be scared or drove into heaven, if they ever get there. I can imagine that it is hard work for a man, with a head full of lightning, not to flash once in a while, but lightning don't scare me. I had rather be struck with it, than to be strangled with sawdust. There is plenty of churches in the United States left, where you can have religion measured out to you by the small measure, and where piety sits like an owl on its roost. If you are afraid of lightning, tend one of these. I have sought under dull and under lively preaching, and I say, if there is any to spare, give me the lively. Molly. Street dresses are worn here almost unanimously. In fact, it is impossible to see any kind of a female in the streets without some kind of a dress on. I mean street dress. They are made in the shape of a dinner bell, and fit just about easy tight. Waterfalls are a peg higher than they was, and soon will be worn on the top of the head, like a rooster's comb. Hoop skirts are close-reefed, and tilters are on their last legs. Kid gloves are the rage in lavender, the more lavender the better, and the hair eddies in front, like a nest of young whirlpools just hatched out, and drops down behind from the waterfall in one link a foot long, about the size of a rope, with the pucker coming out of it. Barney, I received the rat terrier you sent me by the Merchants' Union Express, last evening, and gave him a quart of milk for his tea. He pocketed the milk, and wagged for some more. It made him stick out like a false calf. He slept sound last night, and hasn't waked up yet, although it is now 10 o'clock this morning. I have stopped writing to tickle his nose with a pin, and he is now rushing things around the room for some rats. He has just tipped over a Chinese god, worth $8, and broke him. He will get rats when me wife comes in. He can't find any rats, and is now chawing off me little boy's toe, to his shoe. He is now crazy for rats again, and will smash the other vase again, I'll bet. There goes the other vase, by thunder. All to powder. He is now out of wind, and is running his tongue out and in. He wants to go outdoors for something, and I have let him went. He has just found a poor little boy in the street, whom he knows, and the boy seems to know him, and they have gone round the next block, on a run, together, to see something. He don't seem to come back. It is now tomorrow, and the terrier don't seem to come back. My wife is glad of it. I am out 2 vases, a quart of new milk, and 1 terrier. My wife says if I ever buy another rat pup, she will put him to immediate soak in the cistern at onst. Me wife is one of them kind of them that don't make any statements unless they are true, so you needn't send me any more terrier. 75. Cupid on a raid. It is real singular what a man-killer and a woman-killer the god Cupid is for one of his heft. He is pictured out on paper about the size of a 4-year-old fat boy baby, with a pair of wings about as large as a boss butterfly's, and is armed with a bow and arrows that might possibly answer to kill bumblebees at 4 paces. This little fellow has bagged more game with his wooden shooting irons than all the powder and shot that ever has been built can brag of. I suppose that it is generally known that he shoots from under cover, at both long and short range, and never is seen himself. He has in his quiver innumerable arrows, some few of them dipped in genuine love, and feathered with good sense, but most of them would seem too trifling to be at all dangerous if I hadn't, with me own eyes, noticed him at work with them, both at male and female game, both sitting and flying, and seen the many dead shots he has made. I have been at some pains for the last 2 seasons to watch his maneuvers, where I have happened to be, and the following record is a faithful history of this little chap's bloody biz. Ben Slocum, aged 19 years, weighed about 190 pounds, and a good eater, at work by the month for Farmer Brown, hoeing corn, received his death wound from a garter belonging to Rachel Tucker, Brown's hired girl, as the said Tucker was learning to jump the rope down in the garden. Kate Freelove, youngest daughter of I.S. Freelove, Esq., who could play big on the piano, and had studied Latin 1/4, was shot through and through by a paper O.V. Stewart's mixed candice that Frank Fever sent her. John Davis got his mutton cooked by a spit curl that was dangling on Angeline Brown's forehead. Bill Weatherby, a dry goods clerk, died suddenly by getting in range OV1 OV. Roxy Matthews' sweetest smiles darted across the counter. Sally Munson deceased without a struggle. Cause: Dick Fenton's No. 7 patent leather boots, and California Solitaire. Master David Mentor, aged 12 years, departed this life at a district schoolhouse while sharpening little Libby Sherman's slate pencil. Sam Benson, butcher, wounded with a hoop skirt, got better, then was struck plumb dead by a false calf, in the Bowery. Lawrence Peters, aged 60, and for 30 years a consistent bachelor, lived only an hour, in great agony, after eating warm apple pies at Widow Stebbins'. Matt Marshall, worth $250,000 in 7/30s, was give up for dead, the arrow passing directly through his heart, from Maggie Morse's Tucker, but recovered instantly upon learning that Maggie's father was only worth $75,000. Frank Hunter, maimed for life by a black Balmoral with an orange stripe in it. Tabitha Spencer, slightly tough, had been shot at 100 times, and always missed, was finally fetched by the Rev. Furbush, in his great act, reading the 146th hymn, Common Meter. Seth Perkins, tailor, was slain, goose in hand, by a pucker in the eye of Hannah Hemstick's cambric needle. Matilda Alabaster Jones caught her death by a squeeze from the hand of Fitzherbert Augustus Bolivar, only son of Duke Mose Bolivar. This squeeze took place last Friday. Jack Tyndar, killed instantly at Saratoga, on the 15th of last August, by 4 shots at once, from the eyes of Jane Smirk, and her cousin Tildy. Spencer Richards was wantonly murdered by a chance shot, in a crowd, from an opera glass. 76. Josh communes with his friends. Dear Joe, your letter came by the last mail and brought with it many thoughts of that sunny time when you and I was boys, and stood downhill together. You asked for me advice upon a topic which is always a delicate one for a third party to mix in with. But you are aware that I am not very delicate, and don't hesitate to launch me opinion, especially when invited to do it. I consider advice generally wasted, and most sure to be when given upon the matter in question, but I have a large stock of it on hand, and shan't miss what I devote to you. By all means, Joe, get married, if you have got a fair show. Don't stand shivering on the bank, but pitch in and stick your head under, and the shiver is all over. There ain't any more trick in getting married, after you are ready, than there is in eating peanuts. Many a man has stood shivering on the shore till the river has all run out. Don't expect to marry an angel. The angels have all been picked up long ago. Remember, Joe, you ain't a saint yourself. Don't marry for beauty exclusively. Beauty is like ice, awful slippery, and thaws dreadful easy. Don't marry for garments. Dry goods are uncommon deceptibus. They are like the feathers on a blue jay. Pick off the feathers, and there ain't nothing left. Don't marry for money. Money may make you respectable, but can't make you honest nor happy. Don't marry exclusively for love either. Love is like a cooking stove, good for nothing when the fuel gives out. But marry a mixter. Let the mixter be some beauty, becomingly dressed, with about $225 in her pocket, a good speller, handy and neat in the house, plenty of good sense, a tough constitution and bylaws, small feet, and a light stepper. Add to this, clean teeth, and a warm heart, the whole to be well shaken before taken. This mixture will keep in any climate, and not evaporate. If the cork happens to be left out for 2 or 3 minutes, the strength ain't all gone. Joe, for heaven's sake don't marry for pedigree. There ain't much in pedigree, unless it is backed up by bank stock, a family, with nothing but pedigree, generally lack sense. They are like a kite with too much tail. If they would only take off some of the tail, they might possibly get up, but they are always too illustrious to take off any tail. Let me hear from you again, Joe, soon. But me dear fellow, don't be afraid. Wedlock is az natural az milk, but in course there is some difference in milk about heisting cream. But there is one thing that don't vary, and that is all milk to have the cream rise good, and keep sweet, must be kept in a cool place, not be rousted up too often. Don't be an old bachelor, lonesome and selfish, crawling out over your hole, in the morning, like a shiny-backed beetle, and then backing into it again, late every night, suspicious and suspected. I would as soon be a stuffed rooster, set up in a show window, or a tin weathercock on the ridgepole of a female seminary, as a lonesome bachelor, jeered at by all the virginity of the land. Jeremiah. Don't confuse learning and wisdom. There is just as much difference between them as there is between fruit that is raised in a hothouse and that which ripens outdoors, smiled upon by the sun, and shook up by the wind and the storm. When the two hitch up together, they are a bully team. Wisdom, being naturally the stoutest, takes learning up in its arms, and learning points out the shortest road to take. They work together handy as a pair of twin oxen. If a man can't have but one, he better have the wisdom, for wisdom is always fat with good sense, and can always use its strength, while learning must have just such a spot to work in, and just such a way to do it. Wisdom is a giant, whose strength makes him respected, while learning is a pygmy, whose knowledge makes him feared. But Jeremiah, there can be a good deal said for both of them. Wisdom grows stout by thinking, and learning gets fat by study. Wisdom is of the nature of genius, while learning is of the nature of talent. But Jeremiah, these subjects are too full of logic for you and me to fool with. We had better spend our loose moments in finding out the best way to raise beans, and the best market to take them to. P.S. I forgot to say that there is 400 times as much learning in the world as there is wisdom. And also, a man may have a great deal of learning, and not know much, just as he may have a great deal of strength, and not know the best holts. 77. Jawbones. Genius is like a hop vine. It will run, and spread, anyhow, and have a whole lot of wild hops on it, but to be a good crop, it must be pulled, and cut back, and suckered. Precept is a buck saw, experience the elbow grease that runs the cussed instrument. Don't talk too much, Jesse. One half the wisdom of this world consists in not saying anything. There is nothing more dangerous to most men than praise. It is like filling them up with gunpowder, and then touching them off. Patience, if it is merely constitutional, don't appear to me to be any more of a virtue than cold feet are. 78. More philosophy. The suspicious man? Suspicion, a little of it, is almost as good as wisdom, but it is one of them kind of diseases that men ain't apt to have small. It is like the measles, if they have it all over. A suspicious man is most always a cunning man, and a cunning man is generally a rogue. What the happiness of a suspicious man consists in I never could tell. It certainly ain't in friendship, for he is afraid to trust his own brother. It can't be in conversation, for he believes every man lies, nor in affection, for he looks upon the artlessness, even of children, as the germs of fraud. If a man is born with this trait, it is always the stoutest one he has got, and about the only one, for suspicions is like sheep sorrel, a vinegary weed, that runs every generous plant out of the soil. If a man learns to be suspicious, it only proves that he has been to bad schools, where not much of anything else was taught. Nobody but a fool would lay aside all caution and undertake to go through this world without any linchpin, but nobody but a rogue would learn any more suspicion than he was actually obliged to. Prudence and caution are the simple children of wisdom, but suspicion is either a bastard, got by deceit, upon the person of ignorance, or else it is the legitimate baby of parents who have studied caution, not to protect themselves, but to be able to cheat somebody else the easier. The wise man. Wisdom is a 6-horse team, with a carful driver on the box. Yeah. A wise man is an ironclad elephant chawing his cud. But this world is full of wisdom that never comes out of its hole, that always roosts on the top limbs of a tree and hoots at the wayfaring man, but can't show him the way out of the wilderness. These kind of wise men are like old guideboards at the crotch of the roads with the lettering AUL washed off, wooden prophets, was the no news. Wisdom is made out of faith and virtue and truth seasoned with toil and experience, and scented with modesty. This kind of wisdom is full as glorious as it is scays. But experience, without doubt, is the boss schoolmaster of worldly wisdom. He is the one who taught Adam and his wife their first lesson, and he hain't never been out of a job since. His school keeps AUL Day Saturday, and Sundays too, and has but one vacation in it, and that is when AUL hands are asleep. But say what you will, wisdom is a rare bird anyhow. There is lots of folks that can show you the mule that kicked them last, but it takes one of your classical scholars, one of your blooded wisdomers, to point out the mule that is a-going to kick next. By wisdom, me friends, whenever it is in market, for she is a harp of 1,200 strings. The effeminate man. The effeminate man is a weak poultice. He is a cross between root beer and ginger pop with the cork left out of the bottle overnight. He is a fresh-water mermaid lost in a cow pasture, with his hands filled with dandelions. He is a teacup full of whipsillybub, a kitten in pantalettes, a sick monkey with a blonde mustache. He is a vine without any tendrils, a fly drowned in sweet isle, a paper kite in a dead calm. He lives as the butterflies do, nobody can tell whi. He is as harmless as a sense with spruce gum, and as useless as a shirt button without any buttonhole. He is as lazy as a bread pill, and has no more hope than a last year's grasshopper. He is a man without any gall, and a woman without any gizzard. He goes through life on his tiptoes, and dies like column water spilt on the ground.